Welcome to our event with Aajonus Vonderplanitz. It's November 7th, 1999. Aajonus is a revolutionary raw food advocate. He's a man whose passion is contagious. He's been an inspiration to us, and he's here today to talk to us about his program and answer our questions. So please help me welcome Aajonus.
Hello. Thank you. I don't know if I'm going to sit, sit all the time. I'm Aajonus Vonderplanitz. We're here about learning how to prevent and reverse all disease. At least I've discovered that you can. I was born a very sickly child 52 years ago. Was born into a violent household where a brother who was 18 months older than I, still in diapers, was very sad about me coming home and taking the attention. So he pretty much began my life by torturing me the day I got home from hospital. And it went on until he went to the Vietnam War when I was 15 and a half. That put a lot of stress on me because I was always terrified. My father didn't know how to control his temper either. He popped my eardrums one time. He said, "I told you to listen to me." Did that and broke both eardrums. Another time he put a golf club in my head, a 9-iron, right through my skull, all the way in. And that went on for quite a while. So by the time I was 10 years old, I was pretty sensitive to everything. So I had my third polio vaccine, and I had a traumatic reaction from it. It gave me peritonitis. It was misdiagnosed as appendicitis, but they took out the appendix while they were in there just in case it gave me trouble in the future. And then by the time I was 13 and a half, I developed diabetes. I didn't begin taking insulin at that point. But I was diagnosed with it. No direct treatment at that point. By the time I was 15 and a half, I developed angina pectoris with muscle spasms in and around the heart so severely that I would pass out. They didn't know what to do about it because I was so young. So I would have these spasms in class, and I would fall in the aisle, and they would just let me lay there for about 20 minutes. Then I would get up, and class was going on normally, so this was all normal for me. I didn't know anything else. And then I got married when I was 16 years old, and then my son was born the first week of my senior year in high school. So I had to go to school and work at the same time. School was very difficult because I was dyslexic and borderline autistic till I was about 15 and a half, 16 years old. My wife and I didn't have to communicate with words at all. So it was very easy, and that's probably why I got involved with her. And I was very sensitive, so she liked that. I was dyslexic to the point where if I looked at the printed page, it swirled, and I got vertigo, and I'd vomit. And back in the 50s, when I was learning to read, they would not allow children to use their fingers to keep their place because they said it developed bad reading habits and it prevented the mind from moving quickly. Mine couldn't move at all because this page was spinning, and they thought I was just giving them a tail. So I basically had to cheat my way through school. And I did a good job of it because I was a pretty good artist. I would look at this massive objects and figures on a page, and I would copy them. Everything that the neighbor, the girl that was smart next door would write, that's what I would write. And And sometimes, of course, the images weren't clear, so they were completely gibberish, but nobody seemed to call that to my attention. Don't know why. When I got into college, it was okay because there were teachers that began understanding it, and they gave me oral examinations, but always told me if you can't read and you can't write, you will never be successful. I said, well, I am what I am. That's all I can do. So by the time I was 19, I ended up in a divorce because I was so dysfunctional, and basically I handled anything, any problem, any difficulty the way I was raised to, and that's with anger. So that didn't make for a good partnership. I was not a good partner. So I ended up in a divorce at 19 with an ulcer. The doctors treated that with Maalox. I had enough Maalox to turn into a chalk. I was going to donate my body to, a school. And they treated, that developed a tumor, that caused a tumor, all that Maalox. So they told me anytime you have the discomfort and the acidity in the stomach, take the Maalox. So I was taking bottles of that. They told me no restrictions or anything. It caused a tumor next to the ulcer. So they decided to treat that by giving me a vagotomy pyloroplasty, which means they cut me open from here to here. They went and severed all the vagus nerves to the stomach so I would never again be able to digest anything. So I wouldn't have the hydrochloric acid there to irritate the ulcer so it could heal. Well, if I'm not eating anything, how the hell am I going to heal anything? Short-sightedness is beyond me, the medical profession. So then they also stretched the pyloric 3 times its normal size so that food would get held up in there, maybe bile would dump in there and some other, who knows what they thought would happen. But they just wanted the food to be held up in the duodenum. So basically I was, anytime I ate anything at all, especially meat, I got terribly sick. I broke out. My face looked like hamburger most of the time. And I was not an attractive child to begin with. And then, to have that happen, it was pretty traumatic. Then the incision began keloiding, and it got about 2 inches wide and about 1 inch to 3/4 of an inch high. And they became a little alarmed and said, well, we better irradiate that before it becomes tumorous, before it becomes malignant. So they gave me massive doses of radiation treatments for about 10 weeks. And it damaged my entire spine because they irradiated me all along here. And, of course, the radiation goes through the back. Got a little story about that. One time I was traveling through Oklahoma, and I asked the woman at the cash register not to scan my food because it's low-level radiation, and an accumulation of that can cause me to get nauseous because I have radiation therapy. And she said, you were kidding. And I said, no. She said, just a year ago, I was a radiologist, and I quit because when I was taking a photograph of this man, I spaced out this one day and left 2 shields right over the area where I had to take the photograph. And I thought I had wasted the film. But I developed it, and it came out just as clear as there was no lead shield. She quit the next day. Now she was going to quit being a cashier because of the radiation with the scanner. So the radiation gave me blood and bone cancer. So they say, okay, now you're in really serious shape. Multiple myeloma, maybe 2% of people survive to 7 years, and that's all. Everybody else dies. And those that live 7 years do it feebly. So we're going to give you some chemotherapy to make sure you make it beyond 3 months to 6 months. So maybe we can give you, a few years, maybe 7 years. At this point, I was still walking. I had severe back pain all the time. And I went through the 3 months of chemotherapy, and by the time that was over, I was an invalid. I couldn't walk. I couldn't go out of the house without a diaper. I couldn't be away from a toilet without, for more than 5 minutes. And I couldn't be on the bed because I would, usually when I got up, I would get so dizzy in combination with the diabetes that I would pass out and hit the floor. So I began living on the couch, and I would roll off the couch on the floor and scoot my way around the house on my elbows, and sometimes use my legs. But I was so sore in the back and so in so much pain that it was not easy. So I refused all treatment after 3 months. I said, you guys absolutely have no idea what you're doing. You guys are killing me. I had an ulcer, and here I am dying of 3 types of cancer. And at the last time I went, which was 4 months after I began chemo, they had diagnosed it as also having a lymphoma. So then I developed 4 types of cancer, but I was not going to go back for the confirmation. They had given me enough bad news as well as creating the bad news. So that was the last time I ever went to a doctor, and I was 22 years old. I went home to die, and there was a hospice nearby, and rather than to stay there, I didn't want to be crawling around all over the floor. So they had some of their volunteers come over and, clean the house, and some of them would do shopping and sometimes fix food for me. And one of them brought a little pamphlet over, a little booklet, about 82 to 86 pages, and it was, this woman had written it who had claimed that she cured herself of ovarian cancer by drinking a gallon of carrot juice a day. I said, I beg your pardon? Carrot juice cured her of cancer? I have 3 uncles who are doctors. Well, only one's still alive. And 8 aunts and uncles who are nurses. My mom's an RN. And my father was an inventor and scientist. So anything like that was absolutely a bizarre notion. Food has absolutely nothing to do with your health. Well, wait a minute, if you're ingesting all these pills, how can that have an effect if whatever else you're putting in your stomach doesn't have an effect? I mean, they have all of these double standards and non sequiturs that don't make any sense. But it took me a while to figure that out because I was enmeshed in that thinking. So this fellow at least got me to try the carrot juice and didn't believe for a second that it would ever cure anything. But it tasted delicious. And if you've ever been through radiation and chemotherapy, you know that you don't taste anything anymore. Nothing tastes good. This carrot juice tasted good. I loved it. So I began drinking it. In about 10 days, my dyslexia disappeared. I could read. I felt I was in heaven. I'm going to die, and now my life's starting. Reading, to me, was a big thing because I was so embarrassed that I couldn't. I'd be called in the class to stand up, and all I could see were lines and symbols. I didn't know what they meant. I could not read, so they would laugh at me and ridicule me, and the nuns were horrendous. And I went to a Catholic school, and they were absolutely conscienceless. And so I was elated and excited to be able to read. I didn't really relate it to the carrot juice, and I just stopped drinking the carrot juice because I was so excited. Went out and got $110 worth of books, and I began reading, mainly about nutrition, because I was hoping for something. Stopped drinking the carrot juice, my dyslexia returned. Drank the carrot juice again, my dyslexia disappeared. Stopped drinking the carrot juice, it came back again. I drank it, it went away again. So I was convinced after 3 times that it was the carrot juice. spurred my mind into raw foods of all types. Foods, vitamins, supplements, I was after everything. And everybody had this spiel on vitamins because in 1969 and 70, that was the new big thing. Supplements, supplements, supplements. It was a big market. I mean, not anything like it is today. Now the pharmaceuticals into it, industry is into it. Back then, they weren't into it. Now it's big money, they're into it. But none of those vitamins helped me, and I took a lot of supplements. The only thing that I found that worked for me was raw food, and it worked all the time. I always felt good and better. So I decided I wasn't going to find the answers in this society, and I put most of my cancers in remission, not, I should say, in a reversal state, in a dormant state. Wasn't getting better and it wasn't getting worse, but I was able to function. Still had a lot of back problems because of radiation therapy, I guess because of all the severance of many nerves that lead back to the spine and to the brain. And I began bicycling all over the North American continent, seeking out, primitive ways of healing. I knew I wasn't going to find it in our society. So I lived with coyotes, alligators, Eskimos, Native Americans in Canada and Northern America, and northern United States, all the way down to Yucatan with some ancient Mayans, descendants of the Mayans. And along the way, I heard about the raw meat. Of course, I poo-pooed it because everything that I had read in alternative, especially the spiritual thrust of the time in the hippie age, and I definitely became a hippie. I had the long hair and the beard, and I was bicycling around. And, it was a much more enjoyable way of living for me, living outdoors. I liked that. But living outdoors is very, very, very stressful. You have the elements, you're always outside in that kind of weather, either windy, hot, cold, no matter what it is. You're going through sometimes from 30 degrees to 80 degrees, 90 degrees even. Temperature changes. Very stressful on the body. So after 6.5 years on a fruitarian, vegetarian, raw diet, my multiple myelomas resurged again. My diabetes was in with a vengeance. My psoriasis. So I decided, I didn't find the answers, so I'm going to die. So I decided to fast myself to death in an old Indian burial ground. So there it was, a couple of weeks. This den of coyotes who lived up in the canyon would come down every night to go hunting. And they'd wake me up about midnight. And they would do this little dance and this little thing. And one night they brought me a jackrabbit. Jackrabbit was about this high, about 7.5 pounds or so. And I hadn't eaten meat in 6.5 years. One of the reasons I stopped eating meat was because I loved animals. I was not going to kill an animal. Of course, it didn't dawn on me that I would go out and rip off a leaf, off of a lettuce, that was also dismembering it, or killing a carrot by eating it. Didn't dawn on me at that point. So I was very against it, but I remembered all of my educated background of saying, if you ever come in contact with a wild rabbit, do not, even if you cook it, do not eat it, because they contain an enzyme which can kill a human being in a very, very gross way in 24 to 48 hours. I thought, hey, that's what I want. I will have to go maybe 40, 60 days suffering in a fast. 24 hours, 48 hours of suffering, I can do that. So I decided to eat this rabbit. So I sat down with the rabbit and ate a bite. It was warm and it was bloody and it was gooey, and it was soft, and it was squishy, and so it came right back up. So I decided, okay, that is not going to work. So I decided to psych myself out. I sat down in 5 minutes. I said, okay, tough guy, come on. You can do it. You can do it. You can do this. You're going to do this. You're going to do this. You won't suffer 60 days. Okay, let's do this. So I ate it, and the more I ate, the tastier it got. And I felt compulsive, and I was eating and eating. I ate about 3.5 pounds. Then I let I didn't have to let them. They just came and took it. The coyotes shared the rest of it. So I went back to my campsite to die. And I had died, I had near-death experiences twice on the operating table and once on a recreational drug trip when my blood level went so low that I died for 4 hours and 17 minutes. And I remember leaving my body. I remember the euphoria of letting go of the body, having no pain, no ill sensation, and this wonderful euphoria of love stretching infinitely. So as I lay down and waiting to die, waiting to go into pain first, I felt this euphoria. I thought, I'm already dying. I'm not going to suffer. This is terrific. So next thing, I wake up in the morning, and the environment's the same. I'm not in heaven. I didn't go through the sun like I did, in my death experience. The tunnel, when I went through it, was not a tunnel. It was actually the sun. So when I went through the sun, I became the sun, swelled up and went out and became the universe. When I did this experience, I had none of that. I just woke up, but I still felt good, and I had no pain. But as soon as I started moving, then I could feel it again. I said, oh, I'm still here. I waited 3 days, no ill effects from the rabbit, and I felt better. So it had to be the rabbit. So meat. I remember the Indians tried to get me to eat raw meat. In fact, the Eskimos fooled me into eating raw meat. They take caribou and they beat it into a mince and roll it in whale or seal blubber. They fold it in a pouch, like from a spleen or a bladder, and they bury it under the ground about 6 inches, and they wait for it to rot for about 6 weeks. And when it smells a half a mile, it's ready. And they will eat it like it's candy. And they do this in summer, right, getting ready for the winter. And they actually eat it. I mean, they love the smell of it. And I couldn't get within 5 feet of it without vomiting. So I took cotton balls with musk oil from the actual moose balls, and it shoved it up my nose. And then they sliced some off for me, and I'd run over and grab and stick it in my mouth and run back and swallow it. And it worked. I had maybe the size of a golf ball. The next day, I was warm for the first time in my life. Now, I had multiple myeloma. I hadn't gotten rid of it. I just put it in suspension. I was cold all of my life and cold to the bone. If it dropped below 72 degrees, I was freezing. I would chatter. I would just shake. Here I was already getting down to, in the 40s at night in Alaska, and I was warm. But I didn't know it. They told me it was some remedy. But I didn't know at the time that it was raw meat. With all this blubber and fat that, of course, I would never eat, except for avocados. I ate a lot of avocados, like 7 a day sometimes, living outdoors to withstand it, those temperatures. So I had poo-pooed meat all of this time. Even down in the Mayans talked about raw meat will fix you. Eat the raw meat. Eat the raw meat. I said, no, it's not spiritual, and it's gross. It forms lots of uric acid and all other kinds of toxins. Well, then after this rabbit, I'm feeling pretty good after 3 days, and I'm saying, okay, I've got to open my mind. Maybe this is it. So the first thing I ran into was a rattlesnake. So I stepped on his head, picked him up by the rattler, and I swung him around like the Sioux had taught. I watched the Sioux do, and they snap it like that, and the head shot right off. I'd skin it and eat it. and I ate it, and it does not taste like chicken. It tastes like fish. Raw snake tastes like fish. So I ate it, and it was delicious. I began hunting birds and everything else, and then I decided, well, hunting's really risky out in the desert because you don't eat much unless you're eating scorpions, and scorpions didn't taste so good, and tarantulas are awful. And I actually ate those things. And so I started bicycling down to the farms, shoveling goat manure, for raw goat's milk, and eggs and chickens and whatever I could get. Within 3 months, I'd gained 30 pounds, and I'd gone down to 113 pounds. I gained 130 pounds, and I felt, I'm pretty good here. So I went back to Los Angeles to spread the great news. And they said, are you out of your mind? You're going to get a brain fluke, and it will eat your brain up, and then you will be a dope. A blithering idiot. You'll babble. And I said, you know something? I'll have to take that chance because I feel pretty good doing this. I've never felt this good in my life. I've never had this kind of energy. I've never felt this happy. In fact, I've never felt happy in my entire life. And I actually feel happy. I feel joy. So I'm going to continue eating it. So for the next 13 years, every time I ate raw meat, it was, it's going to be the time the fluke gets my brain. So I was in fear. Almost every time that I ate meat, I thought, is this going to get me? Is it going to get me this time? Never did. So after 13 years, I started saying, wait, I got to put 2 and 2 together here. Okay, I have no vagus nerve. I have no hydrochloric acid dumping into my stomach. The medical profession and scientific community put me in the class of octogenarians who do not secrete hydrochloric acid, who they say are in danger of death from parasitical and bacterial invasion. Why am I not getting it? Why am I not having a problem? Are they so full of shit? Yes, they are. Their brains are so full of it. You think about this. You've got this huge, massive brain, and science and medicine go around bragging about how large man's brain is, and he only uses 5%. Why? Maybe it's a garbage dump. I start thinking about it. Yes, toxins store in fatty tissue, wherever there's concentrations of fat. And you can't find any fattier tissue than the brain and the liver. And every time I look in people's eyes and look at iridology, at least 60% of their brain is scarred and toxic, and is the most toxic part of the entire body. I met a guy yesterday for the first time. I've met somebody who actually has only 5% of his brain not toxic. What's he going to do if he loses another percent? Well, good he went on a raw diet, because I think he has a chance now. So here I realized that the medical profession was full of it. Full of ignorance, full of stupidity, full of blindness. The bacteria aren't a problem. The parasites aren't a problem. So you know what I did? I went out and ate pinworm-infested salmon. It undulated. I ate fluke-infested brain. Do you know what? I had my feces checked for 10 weeks. Not a sign of any kind of parasite. I was convinced of it. So then a lab technician and I went around collecting animals with every kind of fluke we could find. And we put them in 3 separate categories. This was a very expensive test, too, and I had to pay for it. We took dogs and cats with the various kinds of flukes, and we took several of each category and put them in 3 groups, 3 control groups. The first 2 control groups contain subdivisions in those. Group 1 and 2 of A, Section A. And that was the group that received only the canned food and the kibble, canned food and dried food. And one section of them received pharmaceutical-grade dewormers. The other group received herbal dewormers. The group A 60% of the group A1, 60% of them died. Of group A2 with the herbal dewormers, 40% of them died. Those that the rest of them that recovered did not recover with any spirit after about a year and a half. The second group, group B, 1 and 2 also, they got all raw foods, raw milk, raw meat, raw eggs, and raw butter. Sometimes we give them a little bit of honey when some of them were very low in energy. Group 1 of Group A got the medical dewormer. Group 2 of Group B got the herbal dewormer. 20% of the ones who received the medical dewormer died, and about 7% of the group that got the herbal dewormer died. They progressed pretty well. They healed in about 9 months, all of them within 9 months, and they looked pretty good and did pretty well. The final group, Group C, was just one group. All they received was raw food, no dewormers. They did not have, they were slower in recovering, but when they recovered, they were all like kittens and puppies again. They were vital, they were dexterous, they were ambitious, they were everything. And some of these animals were very, very old. So what we concluded from that, and the tissue, we did examine the tissues with sonograms. He did take some x-rays, which I wasn't in favor of, but he took some x-rays. And the bones, everything, the tissues seemed a lot dense and more alive in the group that received no dewormers. So we decided concluded was that the parasites fed on the degenerative tissue, and as long as we fed them the raw foods, they were able to regenerate the tissue, and they were able to heal very quickly. So now for 17 years I've been saying parasites are good, bacteria is good. Don't be afraid of them. People are still saying I'm out of my mind. But you know what went on CNN in December 1998, not even a year ago? Dr. Lowe from Yale came out with his test that said salmonella shrinks tumors and reverses cancer. But we genetically altered it. Sure, you genetically altered it so you can patent it. But that doesn't mean it doesn't work, and it does. It reverses cancer. You don't have to go out and buy their brand, which will cost you $50 a cc or something like that, or $500 a cc. And the University of Toronto, in conjunction with the Children's Hospital of Toronto, released in June issue of this year, a few months ago, of Oncology Journal, that the toxin produced by E. coli completely dissolves brain tumors and reverses cancer. Gee, why isn't everybody letting their meat rot and eat it? Like the Eskimos do. Like lots of tribes do, like the Turks do. They let their meat go green before they eat it.
Like the French do.
Yeah, they don't do it anymore very much for some reason. They used to. But lots of cultures used to do that. But our bacteria, microbe phobic culture has just made us more ill every day. Makes us more ill every day. When I was 10 years old in 1957, the death rate from cancer was 1 out of 1,000. Today it's 1 out of 3. And 2 out of 3 will get cancer. There's something wrong here. The propaganda is that you're getting healthier, living longer. Oh yeah? According to the statistics, we're not living long. In major cities we are, because in cosmopolitan societies, they didn't have refrigeration. Food got into the cities spoiled. Hunting took place way outside of the territory because the local areas were hunted out. So if they got meat, they were lucky, and when they got it, it was stinky and full of maggots and worms, and so they did a lot of cooking because of that. Those people who lived in cosmopolitan societies had very short lives. But all the people living out in the farmland, that were butchering the chickens and eating the eggs and everything, very long lifespans, 140, 120, 105. Sometimes, of course, the elements were so difficult that some people didn't survive. But basically, they did very well. So again, we have propaganda, feeding us propaganda. So I ate lots of raw meat. I ate lots of various ways of having it rotted, stinky. And every time I would eat it, I got better. This is the first diet that I'd been on where I have not run into a brick wall. I still get better every day. In fact, he just said to me, he says, God, I saw you a year and a half ago, was it? And you look better. I said, good, because it's still working. And I do. I feel better every year. Now, according to Pottinger's work, it takes 40 years to get a body from ill health to optimal. Now, the way he surmised that or derived that was he'd take cats and he put them on. He had some that were on a completely raw diet, no diseases, no dental caries, no abscessed or deformed jowls, nothing like that. All bones created perfectly, developed perfectly. All the animals that he fed cooked foods, and there were various types of cooked foods all the way down to canned milk, which is the condensed milk, which is the most processed. All of the animals that got the most processed got the worst disease, and all the diseases that man got. When he would take those animals and put them on a good diet, it took 5 generations to get them back to optimal. The only thing is that he took that animal, as soon as it reproduced, he would kill it, commit an autopsy, photograph it, and show the development progression. But he didn't let an animal live its full life eating the raw foods to see whether that animal could reach its own optimal in its own lifetime. From my experimentation, I would have to say yes, because I'm only 17 years eating meat on a daily basis, where I eat meat every day. Maybe 5 days out of the year I don't. But almost every day I eat raw meat, anywhere from 1 pound to 3 pounds. I can tell I get better every year. I'm already satisfied with my health. But I can see in my irises that I have scar tissue, massive scar tissue still in my bronchioles, all around my heart. I mean, ropes of scar tissue. All around here, the incision, the radiation around my spine, all around my intestines where they've done the stretching, massive scar tissue, and 60% of my brain is scar tissue. That's why I'm pretty stupid. So I've got a lot of stuff to remove. I've got a lot to break down and get out. But my eyes were brown and green when I was going to die. I've cleaned out all of the acrid plaque and incrustations that develop from eating cooked food over that amount of time. I've cleaned those. Now I have to remove the scar tissue. I'm already satisfied with my health, but I still have 20 years to go. I can imagine what I'm going to feel like when I'm 72. I think it's going pretty well. And you have to figure, when I was 15, I couldn't touch my knees. Now I can, touch the floor. So I get better every year. So I'm going to encourage you that if you want to be really, really healthy, forget everything that's ever said to you out there and eat lots of raw fat and eat raw meat. Eat lots of bacteria-infested food, and you're likely to get very, very healthy.
You
Yes.
said your eyes were green and brown?
Yes.
Now?
Now they're blue. Completely blue. Yeah. I just thought everybody could see that they were blue, but with the light behind me, I guess you can't see that. I look like a silhouette. I'm a ghost.
Yes.
Okay, this ends the free seminar session of it. We're going to go into a workshop after this. Anyone who would like to stay, it's $50. He takes a credit card or cash or check, anything like that. What we will do is answer any questions that you have. We'll go several hours. Also, I take a look at the palms, and I'll help you get started. Most people don't know what kinds of meat to eat, whether red meat, chicken, fish, what quantities, what proportions, anything else that they might need for their particular problem. So I will look in your palm, and I'll read the glandular areas and the skin a little bit, and look into the eyes a few moments, and then give you suggestions. It'll take about 5 to 7 minutes per person. And it's good to stick around if you're going to stay in the workshop to hear other people, because there's lots of information that could apply to you at some time, that you may have the same condition or the same changes going on in your body that I may suggest to someone else at that time. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Oh, and my book's out there.
Oh, yes.
My publisher hates me. I go to these talks and I never push my book. Book's in 2 volumes. It's 2 volumes in 1 book. The first one is the story of how my son, who's 35 now, when he's 22, is in an automobile accident, fractures his skull in 3 places, damages his brain by 1/5. They said nobody's ever lived with that much brain damage, and that he couldn't. And it's how he ends up going to college and graduating and being fine. So how I got him through that, and I also flashed back into my life, how I explored and got well, and other anecdotes of other case histories of people that I've counseled with nutrition and only food, no vitamins, no supplements. Again, they are just chemicals like anything else. And then part 2 are raw food remedies for over 200 common diseases, and some explanation about how I perceive and look at foods, and a food preparation section and a storage on how to store food, like not refrigerating your eggs. Anyway, so the book is $29.95 if you like it, and plus tax, which is about $242 something.
Special today, no tax.
No tax. Okay. All right. All right. That gentleman's going to pay the tax. Okay. So $29.95. Or throw in a nickel and just make it even 30. There you go. Okay. Thank you very much. I hope you stay.
How long of a break are you
I know 10 minutes.
Okay.
Do you want longer?
Well, I'll just eat.
Okay.
So I will be taping the workshop. It won't pick up your questions real well from far away, but Aajonus has a microphone on, so if you're anywhere near him, it'll pick you up great.
Okay, what I'm going to do is when you have a question, I'm going to approach you. And I'm probably going to get down like this so I hear the question in the mic.
Okay, that'd be great.
And that way we'll get it.
And then whatever tape I'm on, I'll have a little sign here. So if you decide afterwards you want a tape, you come tell me which number tape. And that way you can buy all the tapes, one tape, whatever you want.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to take this young lady right here because she has to go right away. I mean, in 10 minutes or less. So I'm going to go ahead and read. I think I'm going to have to do the reading over here like I did last time
For the light.
because of the light.
Like to be in my circle, you want?
Yeah.
Natural better.
Natural better? Okay.
Okay. Your sex glands are very active, even overactive. Your adrenal glands are fine; they're relaxed. Your pancreas is edemic.
What does that mean?
Holds a lot of water, which means it won't produce sugars well. You're plaquing because of the large amount of glycotoxins that are storing in the body. So you need to stay away from carbohydrates. Very creative. very strong-willed. The left thyroid is very active. The parathyroids are overactive. The lymph glands in your neck are very good shape. The right thyroid gland is debilitating. The parathyroids are very overactive, and the glands again in the throat and neck are fine, even overactive. So your glands are protecting you. But this advanced glycation end products that you have are causing some plaque all throughout your system. Suggest that you eat pineapple on a regular basis with some coconut cream, help dissolve it. Butter and cream when you can get it also with some honey. Let me see your eyes a minute. Did you have chelation therapy at all? Do you take mineral supplements? I would suggest that you stop that because it's causing your bones to become metal toxic.
There's a lot of lime and calcium in my water.
No, this is not those kinds of minerals. You got lead, you got all kinds of minerals that are storing in your bone and putting pressure on your lymph system a little bit. Otherwise than that, you look pretty healthy because your glands are so strong. A lot of water retention everywhere. Probably 60% of your weight is water, excessive water, not just the normal 55% that we should have. You're somewhat anemic. You're not transporting oxygen well in the blood. So I suggest that 65% of your meat be buffalo or beef or lamb. About 30% should be chicken or turkey, and another 5-10% vary it with fish. It's funny for somebody who likes salt, not much fish. If you're going to eat fish, go for the saltier fish like oysters or clams, and that'll help. Scallops. I recommend that you do some exercise because you have so many glands that are overactive. It tends to get restless. And if that kind of overactivity, even though your adrenal glands are pretty mellow, might have a tendency to make you irritable. I suggest that you have 5 cups of vegetable juice a day, about 80% celery, and about 5% parsley, and 15% cucumber. And if the cucumber's not organic, then peel it. That'll help with the retention of weight. It'll give you the natural sodium instead of the sodium concentrated in rock. Do you have any questions?
There was a small tumor in my throat that I found out has been blocking assimilation of oxygen when I sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it's been surgically reduced. Which I've never done anything of the kind and never want to do anything of the kind again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that has to do with why I'm a little anemic, I think. A benign tumor.
Well, benigns are the scary ones because they don't dissolve easily. The pineapple and the coconut cream will get rid of that problem.
Okay.
And the oxygen, it isn't just that blocking it. Yeah. See, benign tumors don't have, when a malignant cell dissolves, it secretes a fluid which dissolves all the surrounding dead cells that make up a tumor. In a benign tumor, you don't have that advantage. So you can't instantly, it will not instantly reverse or instantly be removed. It takes years and years to break it down. And coconut cream and pineapple are a very good solvent for that, and also keeps them from creating. There's one thing about salt is that it creates a lot of fibroid tumors. That's one reason that I, suggest that you go for lots of tomatoes and lots of celery juice, and even eat some celery, and that'll help break that. Because you do need the sodium, but not in that form. Because it will, like I say, destroy a lot of cells, and then they'll collect. And unless you have malignant cells, it's going to be difficult to get rid of them. But it's very common in people who eat a lot of salt to have fibroids.
You mentioned a lot of shellfish, and I'm concerned about them being so toxic. I'm real attracted to salmon and the oilier fish.
Well, those shellfish build their toxins in the shells. So you're not eating the shell. So
I did have a severe allergic reaction to shrimp once that I was told was...
You cooked?
Yeah.
Okay. When you cook any kind of food, you release the toxins in it. They become free radicals. If there's lead, mercury, that's naturally a good thing in a biochemic form. Once you heat it, you cauterize it, and you cause that to be a free radical. It's no longer bound in fat, so it's no longer a good element. It's a toxic element. But you wouldn't have that reaction from raw shrimp. It's just from cooked shrimp. Okay?
Question on fibroid tumors?
Uh-huh.
What about raw beet for that? That worked for me once.
Yes, it will help dissolve in some people, but there's a problem with beet juice. It'll lower your bacteria levels sometimes and then prevent the natural function.
It didn't work for me, but whole beet.
Yeah. There's a problem again in the whole beet. It can cause such a reduction of bacteria that it can make you fatigued.
Yeah.
That's why limit people's intake of beets.
What about garlic being a natural antibiotic?
Garlic's a good one as long as it doesn't do what it does to me. Most people, like 94% of the people, it lowers their blood pressure. It makes mine skyrocket.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Take care. Okay, let's get into questions. More questions.
Actually, I was curious about the garlic because I came with that question. Garlic being an antibacterial, do you have to be concerned with that when you're eating it?
I found that it is not antibacterial unless you're cooking it.
Okay.
Raw is not an antibacterial. But if it makes, it'll keep me from sleeping, it makes me so horny that I can't stand myself. Because that's all I think about.
That's why I like it.
Maybe so. You want to get together? This is becoming X-rated. We got to watch this. Okay. Other questions?
I want to ask about vegetable and nut oils. What do you recommend? What brands? What kinds of, like walnut oil and stuff like that?
Okay. The only oils that are pressed below 96 degrees Fahrenheit that I know of, peanut oil and olive oil, and that's it.
Wow.
Spectrum is the only one that does it. You have flax oil, of course, that's common. They do press those about between 82 and 86 degrees. And Barleans is the best because they press it the day before they ship it.
What was that again?
Barleans.
The brand.
The brand Barleans.
For flax oil?
Correct. Right. Borage oil is nothing other than cottonseed oil with another name, and it's very toxic. It makes animals very sick.
What about sesame?
Sesame oil, you cannot get it pressed below 160 degrees.
For your son.
No. For your skin, you want something great. I've been experimenting for the last year with different skin things because now I'm taking more liberty to get vain, but not for myself, for other clients. And I have one client who had breast cancer 10 years ago and has been on 9 years ago. She's been on the diet 9 years. She lives in Connecticut. She's always had very thick skin. She had breast cancer. So she had very thick, scarred skin. And, what they call adipose tissue. I told her to take 3 ounces of raw cream and ginger juice, and take an ounce of ginger juice, blend it and together to make a whipped cream. She puts it all over her body. I didn't see her for 1 year and 1 month, and all of that adipose tissue was gone, and she had lost about 15 years off of her age, her appearance.
Wow. You just leave it on for a while?
You just leave it on until you take a bath, and then put it on after you get out of the bath.
Oh, like a moisturizer?
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's for exterior. And it works incredibly. I just wish I were vain. I do the same thing.
Is this all in the book?
No. These are new things. Yeah.
Question still about the oil. I understand that peanuts tend to be very high in alpha toxins and other toxic things. So is that a problem in the oil?
It's not a problem because it's not heated. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Now, aflatoxin comes from a bacteria. It's a mold.
Okay.
But you don't have that problem until you cook it, and those molds breed on the cooked stuff, and it excites an abstract chemical.
Can you recommend a brand for the peanut oil?
The Spectrum Natural. Peanut oil and olive oil. The olive oil that I like best, if you can get it, is Oliflix, Oliflix from Italy. It's the best tasting, smoothest, yet still strong. Oliflix, Flix.
A little more on the thing.
And also I want to say that oils, pressed oils, do not soothe or condition the body or stabilize it. 90% or more is used as a solvent to get rid of degenerative tissue, clots, plaques, you name it. So if you're going to take it as a supplement for butter, cream, milk, anything like that, it will not work. If you want it to calm and relax you, it will not do that. And it will dry you out. There was a Russian general who put in his journal in World War I, he said, as long as my men were able to get the raw dairy, their hair and skin stayed supple and lubricated. As soon as we had to resort to olive oil and other pressed oils, their hair and skin dried out within 3 months. And back in those days, nobody in Russia or in Europe pasteurized anything. Okay, you wanted to ask another question?
What about grinding your own flax seeds for the oils in them?
The problem with any kind of a seed like that is a high in carbohydrate. I've learned and experimented with quite a few things since I've written and the book was published. I have turned against high carbohydrates of any kind. Nuts once in a while. Seeds, I still have not found a good thing. You know, they work for birds, but not well for the human being. The New York City University Medical Center did tests with advanced glycation in products. And they found that the human body stored them, a healthy human body stored them at a rate of 70%. in an unhealthy body at a rate of 90%. So if you have sugar problem like diabetes or a malfunctioning kidney or challenged kidney, you will store advanced glycation in products at a rate of 90%. Now, if you were to get them cooked or even spoiled, starting to turn from being, powdered and cracked like that, sometimes the body reads them as already having been burned as glycogen. So instead of turning it into glycogen, and almost all your cooked carbohydrate works like this, the body says, oh, you've already been burned, so instead of turning it into glycogen, it will turn it into an advanced glycation end product, which is a glycotoxin, and the body will store it at that same rate, 70% in a healthy body, 90% in an unhealthy body. What that means is over a period of 30, 50 years in the body, it starts melting the tissue because it becomes like Coca-Cola, an acid, and that's why you have the skin and the muscles that start sagging. All natives, no matter how old they get, who eat no carbohydrate like the Maasai and the Eskimo, never had any sagging flesh, and a lot of the islanders who ate nothing but fish and a little bit of, fruit and occasionally some roots, they never had flesh sag even in their old age. For people who, have constipation, I've recommended that they take the flaxseed and they grind it up and they mix it with oil and egg. And it works most of the time as a laxative. I want to say this about constipation. Vegetables on this diet will make you constipated. Vegetables are very difficult to digest in the human body. A vegetarian animal has a digestive tract 2.5 times longer than ours. They have 2 to 4 stomachs, we have 1. They have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule. It takes 48 hours, even with them regurgitating, masticating many times the same food, to get that cellulose to break down. It takes 48 hours to pass through. It passes through us in 24 hours. That means that is secreting, that cellulose is secreting alkaline fluids throughout the digestive tract the entire time. And most of our digestive tract has to be acid. 80% has to be acid. Unless you have an over-acidic digestive tract, that will create an over-alkaline condition. That means the acid bacteria and the acid juices that work on proteins and fats will be neutralized. So you will not digest your food properly. It will also reduce the activity of E. coli and the other bacteria that make feces. Now, feces are 60 to 80% bacteria. When fecal matter passes through the intestinal walls into the colon, the E. coli and other bacteria feed on it, and they sponge it out, swell it. Their byproducts, as we now know, destroy brain tumors and other kinds of tumors, and they have all of these great effects. And we know that they produce B vitamins and amino acids, and that's the backup for our immune system. And if you're living outdoors, those people needed it every day. So if you're having that alkaline substance go down into the colon, it neutralizes that bacteria. You do not create the feces. So then you have your feces, which would be normal without bacteria, about the size of marbles, the texture of granite, and they will scrape your anus as they move out and rip you to pieces. So those E. coli and bacteria make feces movable, comfortably movable, pleasantly movable. So if you eat whole vegetables and you are not, and it is not a good thing for you to do, and you don't have lots of impactations in your colon, and you have lots of acidity, and you don't have lots of acidity, don't eat whole vegetables on a regular basis, once in a while. If anybody has severely acidic, impacted intestines, I still only suggest that they eat salads twice a week for maybe 6 months. And then maybe for only 3 months I'll have them eat it 2 times a week and then cut it down to 1 for the next 3 months. Depends upon how severely acidic and how much plaque has collected in that individual. Questions?
Well, I don't eat any whole vegetables, but I still have constipation. So what else can you do to avoid it or not have it happen?
What is your diet? Are you on a completely raw diet with raw meat and stuff?
Sometimes I have cooked foods. Is that the reason?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Especially if it's cooked starch, cooked carbohydrate. Grains, bread, pasta, anything like that's going to just jam you up.
Can you give us an update on that? Because in the book it was, it's okay if you...
No, I said it was okay I had it that was the first time I'd had cooked that baked potato, first time in 13 years. Because I was so panicked with my son being ready to die, and I was about to go into an arena like, the gladiators going into the arena. I didn't know if I was going to be eaten up or end up in jail for what I was about to do. So I couldn't sleep, and I needed to calm myself down. So it was an emergency situation where I needed to get this adrenaline arrested. And the meat and the nuts weren't doing it. So I ate some baked potato with lots of butter. And you notice that's the only time in the entire book that I ate that baked potato. And whenever I suggest it in the book, it's either for a very elderly person to stop them from detoxing, but I mainly suggested only cooked chicken for that, and for people who have hyperactive glands who, like Tyson, he'll beat his girlfriend up or he'll beat anybody up because he's just got too much energy and he can't control it. So I don't mind him harming his body a little bit by having that rather than harming somebody else. So that's when I've suggested that in there only for an emergency and desperate situation. Yes?
Could you go over a little bit more about vegetables and how much should be in our diet and whether it should be juiced or which ones or raw?
Mm-hmm. Okay. You can eat any vegetables you want as long as your body needs it. Like I say, if you have an impacted intestine, overcitic intestine, a salad a week, 2 salads a week, maybe just what you need. Otherwise, I don't suggest anybody eat any vegetable except on a rare occasion. I have 1 salad a year if I'm lucky. But I drink I average around 2 cups of vegetable juice a day. However, almost everybody who hasn't been on I've been on a raw diet since February of 72, 28 years. So it's been a while. I'm pretty clean. My eyes have gone from poop brown to blue. I don't have all that acrid solution in there, I am clean, so if I have any more vegetable juice than that, my heart will start going racing, and I'm like a live wire, and I can't, it's not appropriate. But other people, when I put them on a raw diet, when I suggest a raw diet for them, I suggest a minimum for about 10 years of having a quart a day.
Quart a day?
Quart a day. 4 cups a day. 4 cups of vegetable juice. And only in rare instances do I suggest anybody have carrot juice. Should be mainly celery. Pardon?
Small percent of carrot.
It depends upon the individual. Most people I do not give them. I would say out of 90% of the people I see, I tell them to stay away from carrot juice. Okay. Yeah. Some people have some kind of liver conditions. They have a lot of bile in their system. They're very jaundiced. Like our dear guest here is very jaundiced. She has lots of bile. Her liver shut down at one time, and the body was producing bile in place of the fat to deal with the toxins throughout her body. So she is full of bile and still, and you've been on the diet, Rhoda? Almost 2 years, and she's still full of bile. She is somebody that I would tell to drink carrot juice about, sometimes I'll start off with 40% of the bile is tremendous in the system and cut it down to 20 and then 10 over time. The reason for that is bile is a very acrid substance. And if it comes to the skin, it can create lesions, it can create psoriasis, eczema, all kinds of problems. It'll also create a lot of nausea, even vomiting, if it starts dumping into the stomach. Carrot juice, with all of its carotene and vitamin A, has affinity to throw it out the skin. So when people get orange from carrot juice, they're not getting orange from the carrot juice, they're getting orange because carrot juice has the ability to dispel bile. If it were the carrot juice, the carotene, even if somebody were not digesting it properly, would not turn their skin orange. It's the bile. And if the doctors would get off their closed-mindedness, all they do have to do is skin test and find that it's mostly bile in their skin and not orange from the carotene.
So, just to clarify. In her case, having carrot juice is a good thing.
Correct.
And then slowly ease off as her liver gets more healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, as the bile, her liver could be working very well right now. I'd have to look and see. But she still has bile, her system is drenched with bile. So until that is exuded, then I would recommend that she have the carrot juice. Continue with the carrot juice. And then when it's all out, then I would say no carrot juice. Lots of hands now.
Okay, could you go through again why it's better to have your vegetables in the form of juice rather than as whole?
Okay, like I say, we cannot digest vegetables. We do not have the digestive tract to do that properly. So we use all of our energy, we take the vitamins, enzymes that we've extracted from it, and try to break down the cellulose to get the fat and the protein from it. We cannot do it. So our body gets exhausted from it. It over-alkalinizes the system, so it causes constipation, it causes a reduction in E. coli and the other bacteria that are so necessary to back up our immune system. So it's very destructive to eat whole vegetables. If you're drinking the juice, you can assimilate every bit, every molecule of the vitamins, enzymes, and minerals that are contained in the juice. Every bit. And that's your supplement. If you were to take a bottled supplement, which you could get in a glass, could not fit in 100 bottles of vitamin supplements because they are toxic. They're dehydrated, they're no longer active, and you only utilize 2 to 12% if you're lucky. And the rest is toxic.
Aajonus, do you make a distinction between vegetable foods that have cellulose and those that don't? I mean, we can't eat grass because we don't have a cow stomach, but we can eat sweet corn and various other kinds of very easily digestible vegetables that appear to be very good for most people, don't you think?
Those aren't vegetables. Those are fruits. Those are bland fruits. Okay. The corn is a bland fruit, zucchini, cucumber, all of those that don't contain a lot of cellulose are bland fruits, and those are fine. However, corn, I say, high in carbohydrate, starches. In some situations, they are very beneficial. But again, you have the high sugar, high and low problem. If anybody is, nearing, PMS, time of the month, you'll notice that if you stay away from fruit 5 days before that occurs, you will have very little emotional problems. If you're eating fruit and high carbohydrates, you are going to have emotional problems. Anybody is feeling emotional at any particular time, cut out fruit for a few days, anything with high carbohydrate, and you'll see you mellow out almost overnight. Too much fruit, I have found, and I'm going to amend that in the next, when the softback comes out of the book. But there are quite a few situations where I use fruit where I would no longer do that anymore. Or not in the way that I've suggested and not the amounts that I've suggested. Somebody by the name of Greg Lauer in San Diego turned me on to that, looking at it. And I was very adamant against it because I knew the benefits of fruit. However, when I started utilizing some of his wisdom about it, I found that he was very right. You know, so fruits can make you very emotional. And if you want to have a good crying spell for a couple of days, spend a whole day eating fruit.
Dried fruit too?
Dried fruit will do it too. Yeah. Yes.
I have two questions. One, why not the carrot juice? And the other one, where are we going to get enough fiber if we don't have the fibrous material from eating the whole vegetables or grains?
Okay. A vegetable juice, again, like I say, carrot juice is a vegetable. The fiber is indigestible. It's full of cellulose. It will alkalinize the system. A vegetable is a vegetable is a vegetable. Cellulose is a problem. We can't digest it. It will destroy our bacteria. It will destroy digestion of the meats and fats. The fiber thing is another fallacy that, man has created. We don't need that fiber. We don't need any fiber. I don't eat any fiber. None, zip, zero. I have one salad a year if I have that. The last time I had a salad, I think, was a year and a half ago. And that was only because somebody forced me to have it. I eat absolutely no fiber, and my bowel movements are huge. Now, why? I only eat meat, milk, and eggs. That's almost all I eat. I have maybe a piece of fruit every third day, and it's very little. I had 3 little bitty figs today, and that's all I'll have for another 3 days. I have huge bowel movements. I mean, sometimes, and I eat so little. If let's say, right now I'm through my detox program. Okay, so I've lost about 4 inches off my waist. It's only amounted to 10 pounds. For some reason, I don't know. I went from 185 to 175. I mean, nobody would know that I'm 175. That's because on this diet with raw meat muscle is dense and heavy. And the fat that I had as a layer to protect me and absorb toxicity only weighed 10 pounds, but yet it took up 4.5 inches of my waist and all over. You do not need fiber. It is not necessary. The feces grow by the utilization, the ingestion of microbes, of bacteria, E. coli, Salmonella, Campylobacter, all those that feed on fecal matter, make it big and sponge it out. Fiber is for people who eat cooked foods because there's no vitamins and enzymes to help digest it and move it. So you need something to keep it going. Otherwise it will putrefy in one spot and rot the stomach or the intestines and create ulcers all over the place. So that fiber moves it through.
So you would not recommend carrot juice because of the sugar content?
Correct. That is correct. It's very high in sugar, and it does cause that same high-strung, emotional effect that fruit will.
You've said which juices are not good, so which would you recommend it as being really beneficial?
I tried every kind except for herbal juices, which are rare and hard to get fresh. So I've used all of the typical vegetables, spinach, celery, lettuces, all of those. The only ones that I use consistently, because consistently they are the most healing, are celery and parsley. Celery, anywhere from 60 to 80%, sometimes even 90%. Parsley, anywhere from 5 to 20%. Now, if somebody has a skin problem, I might suggest 5 to 10% cucumber or some other kind of problem that involved a lot of silicone in their tissues and would be helpful. or zucchini for somebody who has a mineral balance, especially zinc. And I'll go through and pull out different vegetables, but the main ones are celery and parsley. Always. No exceptions. Because the blood is very high, like the ocean, in sodium, celery meets that almost perfectly without causing the clumping of the sodium molecules that salt does. And salt will destroy your red blood cells so quickly and age you inside, even though that you don't notice it. It numbs nerves, it burns them, and you don't notice. And then all of a sudden it will hit. You had a question?
Were you saying there a minute ago that you do a cleanse periodically?
Yes.
Can you just...
Okay. What I've learned over the years is that the body will go through tremendous detoxes on its own that can be frightening and can be debilitating and worrisome and cause people to freak. So to avoid that, what I decided was I would experiment with the different detox programs. And the one that I found worked the best, where people got flus and colds that didn't wipe them out. They could continue working and they still feel pretty good. And all they're doing is filling up a lot of, handkerchiefs or towels with mucus. Or, maybe just debilitated and, having to sleep a lot more. That is to put on lots of fat for a cycle of 3 months. It means gaining anywhere from a normal weight, let's say what your normal weight is supposed to be for your size and your frame. You need to gain 15 to 35 pounds over that weight. And that means you get chubby. And what I found is that fat goes in there and will actually start dissolving the compounds that make you ill, that have stored in your body, plaque, all kinds of things. Just like motor oil in your car will absorb the carbons and absorb the shavings from the piston movements and the rod movements. It will absorb all that, turn black, and then you change the oil. And that's what you do in the human body. With my girlfriend, she didn't know why she went chronically fatigued at 20 years old and had been chronically fatigued for 7 years, almost 8 years when I met her. She was 28. Her eyes were dark brown, full of plaque and garbage. One sister had hazel eyes and the other sister had blue eyes. Her mother had dark brown eyes. Her father had very dark brown and green eyes. Both of her parents were very toxic. They raised these children on microwave food and McDonald's. They didn't have anything else. Microwave food, TV dinners, stuff like that, microwave. Why she got so ill and her younger sisters didn't, probably because she ended up in the hospital with abdominal surgery in her teens, early teens. She didn't know why she was chronically fatigued. She could only work 1 day a week for 8 years since she graduated from college. She didn't know what was going on. She didn't have a clue. Well, I took a look in her eyes and I found worry circles. Worry circles indicate that wherever you hold tension, you cannot store toxins. That's usually a person who does well with exercise. Hers were blue. That meant her eyes were blue. Really blue, and her eyes were dark brown. So I began with her doing this overweight thing, and she was a skinny girl. And she was not my girlfriend when we started. She was a patient, yes, and I went overboard. And it wasn't my suggestion, but this was after 6 months. And anyway, I got her, I convinced her that she needed to get fat. And she said, I'm skinny and beautiful. I'm ill, but I'm skinny and beautiful. And I said, I agree with that, but you're skinny and ugly. Because you are not healthy. How can you be beautiful? So I suggested that she get real fat. So she gained 35 pounds. She went from 112 pounds to 140 some pounds. And she did not look fat. She just looked stocky and heavy. You know, she hated that word. She hated me to say stocky. I'm not stocky. I'm not stocky. It's the worst word you could use for a woman. I said, but that means to me, you know, strong looking. Don't say it to a woman. Don't say it to a woman. But in 1.5 years, I had never seen it before. Her eyes went from dark brown to hazel. Now, when that cleaned out, all of a sudden I saw she had cancer of the kidney, attached to the adrenal gland, cancer of the breast, and a cancer in her hip. I only told her about the cancer in the kidney. She went and had a sonogram done, and sure enough, she had a tumor there. Those tumors have not shrunk, have not changed, but all the other chemicals in her body are dissolving and removing faster than I've seen anybody else, because she will. She'll go fat, and then she'll take off the weight, get fat, take off the weight in a cycle, in a 6-month cycle. 3 months putting it on, 3 months taking it off. And I'm doing this with all my clients now. And they are moving much faster. They don't get the heavy flus. They don't get all the meningitis. They don't get all of those other, pneumonia, everything that most people need to go through.
I think it was in the book that you said that generally the animal fats are more healing and what was the word? Soothing, and then the nut fats are more dissolving. Now, when they're going on the phase of losing weight, would you have them use more nut oils versus animal fats, or do you use that in?
No, I use that during the putting on the weight stage, unless somebody has cancer. Then I will use them even in the detox stage. But because you're eating less foods, I need foods that'll calm the body. So I usually stay away from those. Just use them in the building up. So what I usually do, and it depends upon the individual, you probably learn to discover it yourself, but I haven't really figured out how other people can tell. I do intuitively and also from, what knowledge that I have. I will put a person on juice and eggs, or juice and meat, and that's all they eat, and milk. They can have a little milk, not a lot. They can have milk if they get wired, feel imbalanced, or ill at ease. They can have a cup of milk every 2, 3, 4 days.
Now, putting it on and taking it off.
This is for taking it off. Taking it off, you have nothing but juice and eggs, or juice and meat, and never together. You have to do the eggs Rocky style. That means you take, a cup of juice. When you get hungry, an hour or two later, you suck an egg or two. Usually one if you want to lose the weight faster. If you want to do it slower, have 2 eggs at a time. Then you wait until you get hungry again. Then you have juice, and then you have egg again. Or you have juice, and then you have a golf ball size or an egg size of meat. Juice when you get hungry again, meat again, and just keep alternating. And that's all you eat for months. The healing is incredible. The detoxification and the weight loss is incredible.
How do you add the weight on? How do you add on 30 pounds without, stuffing yourself with wheat cakes and sugar?
Lots of good old... I think it's a fascinating book, and I'm ready to try something. I said, okay. She says, I have a patient who has emphysema, and I'm saying to myself, oh, here it goes. I've got a patient who has emphysema. She was diagnosed 4 years ago. She's been bedridden for 2 years. She's 72 years old. She's on a respiratory system. She's going to die probably in the next 2 days. Is there anything I can do? I said, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? she said, well, you know, I'm an MD, I'm a protocol, I have my license, I have a family, I can't take a risk. I said, well, that's your conscience. I said, but the only thing I can suggest for you from my experience is that you get her 16 dozen eggs, the free range, do not refrigerate them, you put them by her bed, and you tell her to eat as many as she can eat, Rocky style. Do not wet them, break them in a glass, or stick a hole in each end and suck them out, or just swallow them down. And she says, well, I don't know if she's going to do that. I said, well, that's the only thing that I even remotely think could help her in that stage. So on Monday, this was on a Friday, on a Monday morning, the woman calls me herself. She says, is this Aajonus? And I said, yes. She says, this is Laura Jones from Massachusetts, and I want to thank you. I'm out of bed for the first time in 2 years. Wow. She was out of bed for the first time in 2 years from eating. Guess how many eggs she ate? 66 eggs in 2 days, 33 eggs a day. We both were crying, because it didn't make her well, but it gave her what she needed to start recovering. So she says, I'll eat anything you want me to eat. I said, okay, here's what I want you to eat. And I told her lots of meat and eggs, and that was just about it, and milk if she could get it. That's all I wanted her to eat, and that's what she ate. She's alive today, and she's still able to be on her own. She's not well, she's not over the emphysema. It'll take years and years, but at least she's on the road to recovery. Let's get this done.
When you eat this egg, how do you do it?
You saw me in there. I poke a hole with my eye teeth here on each end and suck it out. Sometimes it won't break that little membrane, so I'll take a knife and stick it in her key. Right. Rocky style. You saw Rocky, the movie Rocky, cracks 5 eggs into a glass and he just drinks them down and he's running all over his mouth. You don't have to do that. That's a waste. He was being macho.
So that's why you call it
Rocky. Yes.
Why not blend them? I mean, why just eat them?
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a client, also another one in Massachusetts, who is a very wealthy, very influential woman in both a public, nature, and she's on the diet, and I was telling her to eat the raw eggs, and she has a scientist friend who is a very elderly doctor in his 80s somewhere. He's done all this research, and he said, that is true. People should eat raw eggs. Why didn't I think about it? We found protein in a raw egg, enzymes and protein in a raw egg, in the egg white that is destroyed by oxygen. And we've been trying to figure out how to, and it just dissolves cancer. Cancer cannot live in an environment with these enzymes and proteins. So if you just eat the egg without whipping it, it won't be destroyed by the oxygen. If you blend it with cream or, milk or something like that, that'll prevent it from oxidizing. But when you have it alone, you should not whip it.
And so what does refrigeration do?
Refrigeration will destroy the enzymes and protein responses. The longer it's refrigerated, the more it's destroyed.
So next question is,
and if you take it out in the room temperature, it'll start building up again.
When you get this fertile egg, it's already been refrigerated.
That's what I said. You leave it out, and it'll build up again.
It'll build up again. Yep. So you can buy it refrigerated, take it home, leave it out, and it'll...
Right. And if you do what I do sometimes, I'll stick it in the sun so it stinks, and it's full of bacteria. And let me tell you, if I got a lot of work to do, and I'll eat that, I can move mountains. No, it does not.
So recommended shelf
No, it's horrible.
Leave the eggs for 6 months and then eat them, or?
There's the Chinese century egg. They bury them from a year to 25 years. A 25-year-old egg, you pull it out of the ground, it is completely bacteria mold, black or white, and it costs you $1,000 for one of those eggs.
We fought one of those when I was kids.
Yeah. Right. Yep. And it is great for longevity. That's how some of those Asians reach it. And it's only the wealthy ones. Because they're the only ones going to afford $1,000 an egg. Yes.
So clarify, if you blend them with milk or whatever, then it's okay. But if it's by itself, you don't blend it.
Don't want to whip it.
And then two, does that mean then for the Y2 or earthquake preparedness, just put a bunch of eggs where that won't break, even if they're sitting for a long time? That would be good emergency food?
Good bacteria emergency food to give you good strength, yes. But you can get, if you can get, let's say somebody's around here and got a wild turkey or a deer, and you shave that meat and you let it sit in a room like this, it will dry in 24 hours without fermentation, and you have jerky. And you could in a month you could put 90 pounds of meat away. Now what I'm doing is I'm starting at the 1st of January. I'm going to get 50 pounds of meat and I'm going to dry it. And then I'm going to soak it in either olive oil or peanut oil. If butter's available, I'm going to have some that'll even smell like cheese when I'm finished, because I'm going to let the butter melt at room temperature, get the room up to about 90 degrees, so it will melt. That meat will absorb those fats. That's called pemmican. The Native American Indians used to make it, and they could go from one continent, from the Pacific coast to the Atlantic coast, on a 90-pound block. And that's
what kind of meat and how are you
foraging. I am getting New Zealand beef, which is completely grazed. Anything that's grain-fed will have a tendency to ferment and sour a little bit because of the high carbohydrate sugars in it.
And then how do you dry it?
I would just cut it thinly and just leave it out on plates to dry.
And just around the house?
Yeah.
And how long before you know it's drying up?
Well, you want to dry as possible because the drier it is, the more fat it will absorb. Okay, so I would say 2-3 days.
Okay. And then how do you store it after that? If you want to store it on food?
Well, once it's absorbed enough, now to absorb the fat's going to take about a week. So you might want jars, and you might want to cut it in longer strips once it's dried, or tear it, and then put it in jars with, like you do pickles, lots of them, and then fill the oil in it.
So you dry it first on the plate.
Correct.
And when it's dried, you can stick it in the jar and fill the jar with oil.
Correct. Okay. All right. And there you have, really good concentrated nutrients. Yeah.
I've seen what you're talking about in the form of a fish butter made by a glute friend of mine. And when she opened this up, the whole room smelled like the stinkiest thing. It smelled like bugger on, which comes from where I live too. I know what that smells like. I said, and what do you do with this? Well, just put it on toast.
Yeah, put it on toast.
It was really salty. It was like really rank. But that this is a traditional food that comes from my people. But it was made with fish. I think that's what it was made with fish or whale or.
Right.
Is that the same concept?
That's the same concept, but if you're using animal oils, it's going to really stink.
Oh man!
That's why I say, they took the caribou and they rolled it in whale or seal blubber, and it stunk, and I couldn't get within 5 feet of it. The butter is going to have that type of effect. It's going to smell like a rank cheese, but I know what the butter does for me, so I'm going to do it anyway. All right? But the oils, the pressed oils will make it, if it's peanut oil, meat and peanut oil is absolutely delicious. And meat and olive oil is delicious. And if you eat the meat by itself, jerky, you will not last you very long. But the oil in it, it will go forever. The Indians used to eat just a little handful a day and drink water. And that's all they would have for a whole day. And they would forage through places where they'd have to chop as they went through. Uncharted territory or animal trails from one continent to the other on 90-pound block on their back, wrapped in skin. Yes?
Back to this, when you gain the weight, 30 pounds on, 30 pounds off, if you're somebody who's just starting out on this program, and let's say you're already carrying 20 pounds over your normal weight, do you only have to gain 10 pounds, or do you have to gain the 35?
You only have to gain the 10 pounds. Only have to gain 10 pounds, but I'd still like you to be on the diet for 3 months to stabilize on good raw foods before you start taking it off yourself. Yeah. So you're still on the diet, and your goal is to be on it 3 months to gain 10 pounds in that 3 months, and then to take it all off.
Oh, and wheatgrass, that's really high in sugar, but the molecular structure is so close to human blood. How do you think about
Say that again?
the wheatgrass juice?
Yeah.
Very high in sugar, but the molecular structure is so close to human blood that I thought it was a good, healthy thing to eat. But now I'm wondering on this diet whether it is or not.
No, it's not. The only time I've been experimenting for the past 8 months with mixing wheatgrass juice and milk, and it does create some growth hormone effect. Otherwise, the wheatgrass juice has a tendency to over-alkalinize the intestines, but over-acidify the blood. That's why my book, I don't suggest it for anybody but diabetics. People have sugar problems. Their blood is too over-alkaline. And then that'll help acidify it. But since then, I've been playing with the idea of all these people developing growth hormones, you know, and putting them in these solutions. And, you know, a few people have got me to try it with some people, and it's had detrimental effects on a raw diet. So even though for Awanza, she claims it's helped her, one of my longtime clients, reversed cancer, 63 tumors, and some of her clients, she's a nutritionist now, claim all of these things. Now, I wasn't able to duplicate those kind of reactions, and whether I could attribute it to that or not, and Bonnie, Arizona, who claims that it made such a drastic change, there comes a point in someone's healing where all of a sudden things will kick in. And it may have nothing to do with that immediate change. And that growth hormone that she was taking is like $125 a month. So I tried to invent something else, and I came intuitively, if I take the wheatgrass juice, 2 ounces per quart of milk, it would create that beneficial effect. And sure enough, it is. Not the best tasting milk, but, you know, I was never a wheat juice grass fan. I hated it. However, in this milk, I do like it. But after a quart of it a week, I've had enough for the week.
There are some commercially available supplements that are precursors to the human growth hormone. Are there any of those that you would recommend?
That's what I'm talking about, no. I haven't found one that is beneficial. Yeah.
One more question about the Pemmican you're talking about. How long, after you get it all done, how long does it keep? Does it keep forever? Or?
No, the Indians, if they didn't utilize it within the year, in the spring came and, you know, the new game was about, they never used it. They would just bury it and, you know, let worms and stuff like that eat or decompose. I don't know. I have not.
You haven't done it.
Right. I have not done that before. I've done the drying of the meat and letting it absorb, and I've watched the Indians do it, but I have never let it sit for a long period.
How do you plan on storing it?
I'm too much of a pig. It tastes too good. Pardon?
How would you plan on storing it?
In jars.
Yeah, in jars.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if it's glass, you better pad them because an earthquake will fall down.
Will shatter.
That.
Yeah. 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 It's true, but I've got them in a lower. I would putting them in a lower shelf with some kind of blankets through them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I do not have them in a high cupboard. Would not. I keep all my glass, big jars down below, under the sink.
What about the coconut cream for the fat?
Right. Coconut cream would be great, except that it's very volatile and will only last for 3 days without fermentation. So again, it'll be like the butter. It'll be raunchy and smelly, and let me tell you, the mold that will grow on it will be worse than the butter. It'll have green, it'll have yellow, it'll have black, it'll have every mold that you can imagine. It'll probably be very good, but it'll be rank and difficult to eat, probably.
That kind of question going back to making it raw meat. Have you ever run...
Pemmican?
Yeah. Run across anybody using human placenta to make this?
No.
I'll tell you a story about, in my training in Chinese medicine, the placenta helps save lives in China by cooking it and making soup with it. I just thought maybe you run across anybody making this concoction with human placenta.
No, I have not. I've never met a human I'd eat, actually ingest. It was healthy enough. I witnessed an ape give birth. That ape actually ate the placenta, ate it, so that she could nurse better. And, it was a great thing, but we humans are not very well. So I don't know how toxic or how degenerative. Yeah. It's, I don't know. I prefer to get some animal's placenta if I were going to do that. And I have eaten placenta, but not of a human. And let me tell you, they're concentrated. And it brings up another subject. If you have a low thyroid, if you have low female hormone productivity, if you have malfunctioning kidney, I have utilized the glands of sheep, deer, cow, buffalo, and supplemented with those. Now, I had a terribly low thyroid reaction along with all my other problems. And I had taken medical T3 and T4, according to the doctors. That made me very sick, gave me acne you would not believe. Scarring acne. Here I had acne all my life without any scarring, and then I took this stuff, and then I got scarred. The first time I decided to try this, I took the thyroid of a calf, which is about 3 pounds and about this large. And what I do is cut it into thirds, and it would come out about the size of my fist, and I would blend it with that much milk and with a little red onion, and I would blend it in a 12-ounce jar, canning jelly jar, and it tasted like clam chowder. My thyroid functioned perfectly without any let up for 6 months. So I got another thyroid and I did it again. The next time it lasted for a little over 9 months. The third time it lasted for 1.5 years, 18 months. The last time that I had it, before a month ago, it lasted 3 years. Before I tried that, I also tried the freeze-dried thyroid supplements, the freeze-dried Gland, the same thing I was eating fresh. I had it freeze-dried, raw freeze-dried. I still have to take them continuously to have an effect. But with the raw thyroid gland, I eat it and I don't have to touch it for months. It's quite delicious, but very, very rich and salty, just like clam chowder. Brain, I've been eating that off and on, only one time with flukes. But they're making it more and more difficult to get brain where I am in LA. Now, to discourage me from getting brain, what they do is they send me the whole frickin' head. They will not cut out the brain. You know, the brain in a calf is about this big. They give me the whole frickin' head now. So I have to do the surgery to open the head up to get the brain out. And it's, you know, they're just doing everything to discourage people from eating glandular tissue. But anyway, any light meat like the brain, the thyroid, the kidney, when you blend it with milk and red onion, it tastes like clam chowder all the time. Some salty or some less salty, but they're all very salty. And it's a very easy way to eat it, and if you want to get well quicker, eat it. The liver does not taste like that. I don't like it in milk. Some of my clients do, but I hate it blended with milk. I'll just put it in a food processor with a little red onion, and it tastes like liver pate. And that's a good kickstart for your liver. And that's something that you should have, Jill. Okay. Yeah.
Do you have to be concerned about the toxins in the brain from, like, how the cow was raised? Or?
Yes. If the cow was raised on hormones, do not eat any glandular tissue. Like I just said in the book as well. Do not eat glandular tissue unless it's from an animal who's not been tampered with lots of antibiotics and hormones.
On the internet chat group that deals with your book, there were numerous people on there that commented that after they started eating meat, their body odor changed. And some of the people said that it wasn't that they didn't like the odor. Some people said they didn't mind it. I noticed that same thing to a certain extent, and I just wanted to comment on that.
Okay. It isn't because of the meat that you're eating. It's because that once you provide the proteins, your body can dispel a lot of toxic tissue. And this tissue, as soon as it reaches oxygen, will putrefy instantly. It's like I can take the cow's meat that has been grazed, and I can take the cow's meat that's been grain-fed, and you put the two together in the room, one will stink and not putrefy, it'll spoil and ferment, and it'll stink terribly. The other one that's graze-fed dries clean without a strong odor. You built on cooked carbohydrates and a lot of garbage, so those cells that are now discharging from you will reek. I bathe once every 5 to 7 days, and I don't have a problem.
So it's a temporary phenomenon.
Do I?
I don't know.
What is this?
How long does it usually take before that disappears?
It depends on how toxic someone is. My girlfriend in Minnesota, I mean, Lake City is a town of about 6,000 people. This girl, because of her recovery, has half of her relatives on it. I mean, even her grandmother, who's, 80 years old now, has her on the diet. Lots of people. One of her sisters, the sister's still with her. Her mother's the only one who isn't into it and thinks it's outrageous. Her father's on it. Her genetic father is on it, I just brought that. This came to mind because I was going to bring up her one sister. Her one sister smells like an Italian restaurant. Discharging. She's on the diet completely. Constantly, you get near her and she smells like an Italian restaurant, like she came out of a tomato paste factory. And everybody smells it. If she'll start perspiring, you can be from that wall to here, 12 feet away, and you can smell it. And it only started happening when she started eating properly and discharging all that stuff. And I said, why do you smell like an Italian restaurant? And she said, well, my mother fed me pizza, tomato soup, pizza, tomato soup, pizza, tomato soup, and microwaved, And that's basically what we were raised on. My girlfriend went through that too, not that strong. For some reason, it was stronger. Not as strong as my girlfriend, so it wasn't her sister. But that went on for quite a while. And because my girlfriend had consumed coffee to stimulate her because she was chronically fatigued, she smelled like a coffee cafe in an Italian restaurant. You know, Starbucks. There you go. And her best friend is one of the heads of Starbucks. Isn't that a coincidence? Anyway, so she is just now, after 2.5 years on the diet, losing all those strong odors. But she's also been one of the first people to do that gain weight, lose it, religiously. You know, other people with their odors, I've seen it take up to 6 years. Of course, I've got little tricks to alleviate that too if you don't take it too far. Pineapple sweetens body odor. But make sure that you eat the pineapple with fat. Any fruit should be eaten with fat so it doesn't screw up the sugar level. So it goes, time releases into the system. So you don't have all that emotional stress.
Why is it though that the meat specifically, because these same people said that eating fish didn't seem to have that.
Oh, it does.
But just to a lesser extent, or?
Well, to a lesser extent because the beef, for some reason, the beef that they are eating is very high in carbohydrates. It's grain-fed beef. Same thing doesn't happen with grazed-fed beef as much. So all that fermentation that occurs from all that carbohydrate that has stored in the cow causes that fermentation. Like I say, you take the non-grazed, the grain-fed beef, and you put it out in the same room at the same temperature, and it will turn rank. It'll start fermenting and turn foul, and the other one doesn't smell like that.
So if you can't get the grass-fed beef, are you better off to leave it alone? Or not?
Oh, no, definitely. The grain-fed. Definitely eat it, because you're still going to be building your body. It's just that you just have to deal with more odors.
I wanted to ask you about essential fatty acids, the omega-3s and the omega-6s, and GLM.
She wanted to know about all of those great Erasmus things. Erasmus is a good scientist, but what happens in a chemistry lab does not happen in the human body. It's a great sales tool. It's a great oil marketing tool. But again, those are mainly used as solvents to degenerate degenerative tissue, to break down degenerative tissue. They do not stabilize the system. They have the effect, of course, of creating, let's say, antioxidants and giving that whole picture in the blood, but reacting in the body, it does not do that. It dries it out. It dries it out. So, pardon?
Having more fish oil?
Oh, no. If you have the fish oil, it's great, but they're not producing that, in the fish oil. But the fish oil, again, is a processed oil. If you want a good oil, go down to Chinatown somewhere and get some fish livers. And if you put them in a food processor and just spin them, spin it in there and let it sit for a day, the oil will go right to the top and you spoon it off. And it will cost you 1/100th of what it cost. And, it's minor what it will do. But yes, fish oil is great. But they're pushing the omegas from vegetable oils is what they're doing. But fish oil is tremendous.
I've been taking fish oil in capsules lately.
Well, the capsules are, some kind of either gelatin or it's cellulose, and neither of them are digestible and they clog up the system. So if you're going to do that, you have to make sure that that capsule wasn't heated, that it wasn't a hot capsule when they pressed and melted it together that damaged the oil, and you have to make sure it's pressed under 82 degrees. And I've not been able to find an oil extracted under 82 degrees without chemical extraction from fish in 20-some years. So it's mainly cooked processed fish oil.
One of the questions unrelated to that.
I think you like crunchy things. Would I be satisfied with that?
Nope. Nope. Not unless you're crunching on meat and eating steak and not ground beef. That gives you lots of chewing power. Yeah. Yeah, just chewing. That's what I like. I like to chew my hamburger. Yes. I got a client in Tahoe, a dentist, when he read this interview that I'd done for M2M, which is a hygienist organization. It was on the net. And hygienists don't eat any meat. They eat all raw foods, but they eat no meat. Okay? They heard about my work and talked to some people who'd been on it and reversed their illnesses, read the book, and the two that ran it decided they want to interview. I did the interview. This guy in Tahoe was a member, and he read it. And he said, all these wild, claims that this Vonderplanitz makes. He's got all this energy, eats 1 to 3 pounds of meat a day, and he has all this energy, only sleeps 4.5, 5 hours a day, keeps going all the time, can go. So he decided to disprove it. So he drove over to Reno and got a 4-pound chicken. And he began eating it. And the 45-minute trip, he had consumed the whole thing, bones and all. Bones and all. He went on to tell his experience for the next month. He'd eat the whole frickin' thing. And when he got home, he found it was 4.1 pounds that he'd eaten. And he barely left his dog any bones because he'd eaten them all. And he said he had so much energy. The first time he'd had that much energy in 20, 30 years, something like that. He said, but I couldn't do more than 30 days. I just couldn't keep up that consumption of meat. Sure, he just started. I've been doing this for many, many years. People can't eat that much meat repeatedly unless they know how to balance it with vegetable juice. Vegetable juice is so important to eat meat because it alkalinizes the blood. If your blood is acidic, you are going to be repulsed by meat. It will make you nauseous. So it is so important to have the vegetable juice between meals. Never have vegetable juice or vegetables with meat, because one's acid and one's alkaline. You have them together, they neutralize each other, and neither digest properly.
That gain 30 pounds for 3 months.
Boy, you're really fixated on that, are you?
Well, yeah. If somebody's just starting out the diet, how long would they want to do that? You said this one person did 2.5 years.
She's still doing it. Yeah.
You do that continuously? I mean, you don't. You do that now and then, right?
Well, since I've seen how quickly it helps people, I used to do it all the time. But I see how quickly it helps them. And when I look at my eyes, I photograph the eye and I blow it up now. And I can see how much scar tissue. I was never able to see that in my own eyes before. Now that I can blow my own eye up in the computer, I'm looking at it and say, Jesus, all that scar tissue I have to get rid of. Man, this could be great if I could get rid of it. Maybe I could do something, athletic someday. Because all that scar tissue around the heart and in the bronchioles, this doesn't allow that. So I'm thinking, well, maybe if I do what I preach, that I will improve quicker. So I'll see. I'll know in a couple of years, whether it starts breaking down quicker. But I recommend that people do it for, at least until their eyes clear up with the yellow and the brown, I've mainly found 3 colors of eyes: blue, green, and amber. Somebody's eyes are dark brown, they will turn amber if they're really brown. If they're, brown and they should be green or blue, they have a lot of toxicity removed. Either way, once they get clean, you've removed most of the plaque. Then you have to get rid of the scarring and the degenerative tissue. Okay? And I think that until you get rid of the plaque, you should do, that religiously. Beyond that, it depends. Still, people come into me with, looks like they don't have any plaque and they have perfectly blue eyes, but they have all these lesions and degenerative tissue. I still find that I tell them to gain the weight and lose it, and it helps get rid of the degenerative tissue too. I just don't know if it's going to work on scar tissue that same way, but I'm trying. So,
will that help your vision improve then? And is this kind of process also happening in your brain cells? I mean, I know that sometimes I feel more fuzzy in my thinking than other times. But I'm also having problem with blurry vision. And I was wondering if they were related.
I've never seen that the coloration of the eyes relates to vision.
Or like night blindness.
Right. I've seen people with, really manure-colored eyes that had perfect vision, and people with clear blue eyes that looked like they were fairly clean of any plaque, but were blind as a bat. So I haven't found any correlation there. However, people who do have eye problems, especially blurring, I find it's a red meat deficiency. Fish does not alter it. Chicken, turkey does not alter it, but red meat will alter it within an hour or so.
And I was told to avoid red meat and egg yolks because it had arachidonic acid in it.
But the arachidonic acid is not bad unless you cook it.
Oh,
okay. And what I have a doctor who's an expert witness for the government in Santa Fe, New Mexico. She had Coke bottle thick glasses. This person who has respiratory disease, emphysema. She used to take tremendous amounts of steroids for it and use inhalers all day long. She's been on the diet about 6 years now. After about a year and 3 months, she was cut down to maybe, one a month, one inhaler a month, and only using these steroids when she absolutely thought she was going to die because she couldn't breathe. And that was maybe 2 spells a year. Now she's down to one about every 2 years, and that's it. After about a year and 3 months, I think it was, on the diet, she called me and she says, I'm going blind. Diet's making me blind. I said, wait a minute. You've already had Coke bottle thick glasses. You've had degenerative eye process, and now you're going to blame it on the diet, and it's gotten you practically well from your respiratory problems and all of that. I said, it doesn't quite make sense. What's your problem? She says, well, now I put my glasses on, I still can't see a thing. So I said, well, go to the optometrist and see what he has to say. Her prescription had to be reduced by 50%. But what I had told her to do, because she was an expert witness, her eyes were always bright red, the whites were bright red, and she wanted to know what she could do to remove the redness of the eyes, because Visine and all of that didn't work, and of course they were poisoning the eye. So I said, just apply egg white in your eye, take about a half a teaspoon and put it in an eye cup, and then put your head back and stretch your eyelid up, and then roll all the egg white around in there, and then do it to the other eye, and do it once a day. And do not rinse it out, just wipe it off. It will cake on there, and it'll look like somebody, just woke up, so have all the stuff in there. So we'll just wipe it off, do not rinse it out. So that's what she was doing, and her eyes improved. Anybody who does that, their eyes usually improve just from the egg white. And it will remove red eyes within about 20 minutes.
You're talking about the actual vision improvement from that.
Vision improvement from that, yes.
We have a friend who was at your lecture a year and a half ago.
Uh-huh.
She did not do the diet fully. She's still smoking.
Uh-huh.
But she does the egg white.
In her eyes?
She told us her vision has improved.
Yeah.
She's gotten a prescription and so on.
Yeah.
So it's amazing.
Just feeding the eye from the outside.
And they're less sensitive to bright sunlight.
Yeah. So the body can eat from the tissues inward. That's why I say that formula of the ginger and the raw cream on that woman's skin I'd never seen anything like that before. And with this person in the egg white, I've never had anybody do that before consistently, but this woman had the vanity of wanting to be believed on the stand, on the witness stand, by the jurors, and didn't want her to look like she was stoned on grass all the time, with, or on alcohol with these red eyes. So vanity will get people to do a lot of things, and it's terrific results, So, I mean, I get to discover a lot of things because of that.
From your perspective on bacteria and virus, can you comment on what's happening with a contagious disease, or what we call a contagious or infectious disease?
Like I said in my book, I don't believe, my theory is that there is no contagious disease. It's like saying bears are contagious because they come out of hibernation at the same time. The climate is right for it. It's the time for them to come out. They come out simultaneously on the people who have the degenerative tissue that feed on that particular bacteria, or the bacteria that feed on that particular kinds of degenerative tissue. So it comes all out at the same time. And, we have colds and flus that happen all year round. There used to be pockets. They used to be in the fall and spring. Why? Because the body has to change over the fat system. So the fat system has to change. Now, if we were good and healthy and eating all raw fats, we may not have to detox the oils to put on the new ones. And that's why I have the 6-month cycle. I like it to be in the same cycle, with the seasons. But if somebody's too sick, I'll start them mid-season. Yeah.
So you're convinced that there are absolutely no bacteria, no virus that we need to sort of fear as being contagious?
Well, let's say if I have a dead carcass out there in the field, it's going to attract a crow or vulture from somewhere, and it's going to be outside of the nature of that own tissue of that rotting carcass. So you could call forth a bacteria, let's say if you're swapping slobber with somebody, but it's doubtful, because it's almost impossible to do that because of the nature of the salivary enzymes breaking it down. And if you swallowed it, of course it would be difficult because your hydrochloric acid would destroy it, except in a case like mine where there is no hydrochloric acid. It's possible that bacteria could enter your body, but only if it's injected. Like AIDS is supposed to have been injected with the, hepatitis vaccine. Does everybody know that AIDS is a man-made virus?
No, I mean, that kind of mutated down in Africa. So.
Yeah, that's the story they want you to believe. So Dr. What was his name?
Strecker and
Strecker. Yeah.
Horowitz.
I don't know about Horowitz.
Horowitz is focusing on the wide variety of contamination in many vaccines, not just hepatitis B, the New York City trial, but all of them.
Right.
And especially the World Health Organization research vaccines in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
The World Health Organization has contaminated Africa by use of contaminated smallpox.
Smallpox, yes. They gave 75 million vaccines to Africans, and they found out that they were all contaminated with the AIDS virus. Only those people who got the vaccine got AIDS. Now, that sounds to me because of the other facts that I know, and I'll just give them to you. Dr. Strecker was hired by a company, an insurance company in San Francisco, to study the illness and death rates of people with AIDS, because there was a company that was buying another company that hired 60% homosexuals. And the rate for AIDS, they wanted to know what to charge for the health rate, this insurance company. So they hired this internationally known Dr. Strecker. He's internationally known biochemist and oncologist. He has like three degrees, 3 PhDs. He takes a virus and he fractionates it. He puts a particular enzyme on it, and it fractionates into the 5 parts. Every time he fractionated the AIDS virus, it bisected, didn't fractionate. And of course, with his, extreme knowledge about all this, he said this had to have been a man-made after 1,000, and it spliced every time. It bisected every time. He knew that this was a man-made virus. So he took the opposite sides and attached them multiply, and found that he had the leukemic virus of a bovine and the lymphonomic virus of a sheep. He put the two names together of diseases in 15 different combinations, and he was going to go to all the universities that might have developed this particular virus. And he happened to be in LA at the time. He went to UCLA, and it was the first name he came up with, came right up in the computer. It was made in 1961 to create cancer in animals to study cancer. He checked the trail of it and went to the War Department. He called his brother, who was an incredible attorney. It looks like this vaccination of smallpox in Africa was to destroy a race intentionally. What happens when you make a poverty-stricken country? You get all of its resources, you run its country. And economically, you get the disease, we'll come over and help you. And that's what the United States did. But you owe us this, you have to do this for us, you have to let us do this with your government. And then they ended up running all of the countries that had a problem. So, there you have it. Let's get on back to better stories. How we're getting rid of disease. Pardon?
I see the sun going down, the natural light is fading away here. So do we can you do it with room light?
I can do it with room light. Okay. Yeah, not a problem.
When you talked about crunchy things, what about nuts, organic nuts?
The nuts are very hard to digest for the first couple of years, and then the problem with them is they have a tendency to cause nerve detoxifications. So if you have any cavities, if you have any damaged nerves in your spine or anywhere in your body, it's going to make you painful. So you have to be careful about the quantity that you eat. And let me tell you, when I eat them, because I have gaping cavities in my teeth, I've decided that I'm going to do another experiment on myself. I'm not going to have any of my cavities filled. I have cavities that are the size of a pea in the back of some of these teeth. I go to a dentist about once a year, and he doesn't do anything but tell me whether the tissue is getting softer and still decaying, or the decay has stopped, and am I growing any new dentine? Because Price in his work said that when natives went out and ate their good diet, they stopped the degenerative process and even grew back dentine. I want to see if that works for... Probably should wait until the entire 40 years that it takes me to be the optimal, but I'm going to do it now because I don't want to keep drilling and losing natural teeth and having plastic and epoxy. So for me, I'm going out on a limb. But I was supposed to lose all my teeth at 21 because after radiation therapy, my teeth dangled. And if I ate anything, I'd lose about a half a cup of blood. I had to drink from a straw. And they wanted to pull all my teeth then. I still have all of my teeth. I've got a cavity that's wide open down here and the nerve's exposed, and it doesn't bother me at all. And that's since I cut out fruit. If I eat fruit, it disturbs the mineral balance and pain increases. So now that I'm only eating fruit once every 3 days, I have no problems, even with the abscesses. No pain.
Does sprouting seeds and nuts help with the digestion?
It makes it worse.
For example, I was wondering.
It makes it worse. It turns it into a vegetable. So if you want to take nuts and do what I do, I make a paste of it. I'll make a nut butter sauce or like a pudding. I'll take
a half a cup of either walnuts, which are very soft and the oil's pretty good, or pecans. Rarely use almonds because they're so difficult to digest. Pine nuts and macadamia nuts, if you can find them non-killed, kiln dried in the shell. Otherwise, any already shelled macadamia is going to be kiln dried 110 degrees or more. It makes it very difficult to digest. What I do is take a half a cup of nuts, one of those 4, and I'll blend them into a powder, and then I'll add peanut oil or butter and egg. I'll definitely put an egg in, but if I have butter, I'll use butter first. Raw cream second, peanut oil third. And I'll add a tablespoon or 2 of honey, and sometimes a teaspoon of carob powder, raw carob powder, and blend that together and have myself a little pudding treat. And I found no ill effects from eating the nuts that way. And it does not promote detoxification. I mean, of nerve tissue, the same way. Pardon?
Would that be the same for seeds?
If you're talking about sunflower and pumpkin seeds, yes.
Or sesame?
Sesames are really difficult to digest. There's something about the fiber that's so sharp in them. But they are helpful for some people. So I won't cancel it out. If you have a craving for sesame seeds and that's really what you want, I would say there's something in it that you need.
Pumpkin seeds?
Pumpkin seeds are great. So are sunflower seeds. Yeah.
I got a question about honey. Can you eat too much?
Watch it, buddy.
Can you eat too much honey? You have to. I mean, it's sugar.
Too much honey about sugar. Can it be a sugar problem? Yes, it can be. When the bee collects the nectar, it swallows it. It infuses, it creates an insulin-like substance that alters 90% of those carbohydrates into a protein catalyst. So they no longer react like sugar, they react on proteins. That enzyme I've discovered in the past 2 years, that insulin-like substance, begins its destruction at 93 degrees and is destroyed by 99 degrees. It still does not damage the sugar molecule until it hits 105 degrees, 106 degrees, right around there, or start altering the sugar molecule at that time. So honey, if it's heated above up to 100 degrees, is not going to be good for a diabetic. It's going to create a sugar problem. If it's heated under 93 degrees, a diabetic, and anybody can have it if they have a sugar problem, regardless, because only 10% of it's going to be sugar, utilized as a sugar. So if you really want to know if your honey's completely raw and you don't want a sugar problem, get honey in the comb and eat the comb. And the comb is wonderful for kidneys, bladder, anything like that, especially if you have kidney or bladder infections, especially, even irritation at the menstruation period. Will help soothe the tissues.
You swallow it.
Yeah. And if it becomes too dry as you're chewing it, put a little cheese in your mouth to eat with it, or any food, and it'll chew, and it'll go down.
Can you blend it up in a blender with other things?
Yeah, you can, but if it's cold, the wax is going to separate, and you're still going to end up chewing it, but it's fine. Yeah.
Is there a particular brand of honey that you've discovered that's kept below 93 degrees in Cuba?
There are several. There's one in Hawaii. I forgot the name of it.
Volcano Island honey.
Volcano Island. That's Richard?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. He doesn't heat his over about...
He says 93.
93?
He
Okay.
had this number because he observed But that's what the bees do. They never let the hive get above 93.
Well, it depends on where they are. In Hawaii, it's 93, but in the desert and around these parts, it's 99. But the bees are erratic if they eat that honey. Above 90, above.
You watch them bring water,
Yeah.
drop it on the hive and fan it with their wings.
Yes, they do that, right. In the desert, it gets up to 99 degrees, but still that enzyme is destroyed. It does not, the bees in Hawaii are probably a lot better and smarter and healthier.
And there's no pesticide in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Bee mice, but there are no bee mice in Hawaii.
Oh, good. Okay. So the Hawaiian honey, YNS honey, really raw honey, really raw. That's their brand name, really raw. And they don't take out the bee legs or the pollen or the wax. It's all at the top when you get it.
Is that one from New York?
Yes. Well, it's Maryland, isn't it? Somewhere around there?
Earlville honey, I just got that. It's got all that stuff on the top. Yeah. Stuff on the top.
Yeah. So those are very good honeys. But you can find local people. I've got a local guy who will sell me a whole frame for $16. And I take it home and I cut it into blocks and put it in these, fat jars. And I just spoon it out. Now they put a sheet in there which is pressed with this cone shape, this octagonal shape that the bees make. And that's to get them to build out off of this sheet. Now that sheet is beeswax, but they pressed it at very hot temperatures. So what I do is scrape it off, flip it over, and scrape off the other side, and then pitch it out. Even that's cooked. I don't screw with anything. I've been where I've been, and I'm going where I'm going, and I just want to go forward.
Is there a list of companies that you think are producing good products?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I do. I formed a trust company called Optimal Ways of Living Trust, which handles that, and it's very expensive to keep updated because of lots of calls and it's going to lots of things. So it's $15 and it's only 6 pages, but still it's a lot of good information, And just to keep up, it's let me tell you, it's costing me money because I fund it if it doesn't pay for itself, and I'm paying for it. So $15 really doesn't pay for it. I've had people scream at me, $15, that's half of your book, and this is only 6 pages. I say, but you have to keep up with these producers. They are rats. It's like Spectrum peanut oil. They were pressing toasted peanuts and putting on there the good oil, the good peanut oil. I had to call everybody, and I had to put on the thing until they produced it another 2 months ago. 2 months ago, they started coming out with the right stuff again. And if that peanut oil isn't clear and it's tan or brown, you know that they're pressing toasted or roasted peanuts again and not the raw ones. Who cares about cold pressing, toasted peanuts? BFD. I guess we're ready to do hands? No questions. Okay. Actually, I'm going to have some milk and honey, and we can start. Should we take a break? Sure. Want to do that? Are we rolling?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The questions were about apple cider vinegar and honey because they both have antibiotic qualities, and I was wondering if they interrupted the digestive system.
Yeah. Apple cider vinegar, in my experimentations, have decreased bacteria levels and reduced the amount of vitality. It is a natural stimulant, like I said in the book, and it's for people who want to have a caffeine substitute. It's a good kickstart. It does it by irritation, but without burning the tissue and damaging it. But it does decrease bacteria levels. That can be good in an elderly person who's detoxing too much. Like, my girlfriend is really gung-ho. she got her grandmother, she fed her some rotten meat. And her grandmother had just been in an accident and damaged her back, and Lori wanted to get her well quickly. I said, Lori, you don't do that with an elderly person like that. You know, you don't cause them to detox like that. She may be chronically fatigued for a year. So I talked to her grandmother because she was, I'm so tired. I don't know why I'm so tired all the time. I said, well, what I'd like you to do is have raw apple cider vinegar. I'd like you to have a teaspoon of that. Oh, no, half a teaspoon of that, a tablespoon of lime juice, and 4 tablespoons of honey, and a warm glass of good mineral water. And have that every day, once a day, for about 21 days. And that'll destroy most of the bacteria that's causing her to detox too quickly. She's too old. This is the way she goes around and walks. There's too much degenerative tissue in her. And with that accident, they hit a tree. And the airbag came up and smacked her in the face. Her mashed her glasses so she had black eyes and damaged her back. So she has to go to a chiropractor like 3 times a week. So it's just too much degenerative tissue to put an old person on and start having the bacteria go to work. So yes, lemon juice, lime juice, honey to an extent. Honey doesn't do it radically unless it's heated above 93 degrees. The body will regulate with it to reduce bacteria. It won't destroy bacteria unless the body wants to utilize it that way. But lemon, lime, and apple cider vinegar, any kind of vinegar will. That means if you're pickling anything, you're going to destroy bacteria. That's why they pickled, because it wouldn't rot. Stop the rotting process. The normal bacteria rotting process. It would still disintegrate the food. That's why, things that are pickled just melt after a while, after a few months.
Does that apply to things like the sauerkraut pickles?
Correct.
Not the ones you get in the store.
No, even the raw ones. Right. Yeah, they will reduce bacteria levels. And for some people, I will suggest it if they're detoxing too much and they're really ill and they're getting frustrated and may go off the diet. I will suggest that they reduce those bacteria and give them those things. I used to use beet juice more, but beet juice, because of the high sugar level, I found that would create a lot of the crying and the weeping and the martyrdom stuff and the victim stuff. And when you're feeling a victim, you are a victim. And, you're going to weep and you're going to cry and you're going to have those problems, and they're real, but they're real because of that blood chemistry mainly. I had a guy who was going to commit suicide, he was calling me and it was going on, and I said, you're charging me $1, I'm charging you $120 an hour to do this, I said, you should go vent to a psychologist or something. He said, no, but you understand. I said, I understand one thing. How much pineapple have you been eating? Well, I've been eating it every day for about 8 days. Stop it. Just stop it. Don't eat any more for 2 or 3 days. He didn't eat any more that day, and the next day was fine. He called me and says, I don't know why I was so emotional yesterday. I don't know why I was feeling that way yesterday. I said, because you're eating that pineapple. You've already got herpes and you've got candida. You go eat that stuff and you're really going to be sugared out. Everything's going to go nuts. Yes, long answer to that question.
And then share the honey thing, the test on your throat.
Oh, she asked if there were any way to tell if the honey had been heated. And I can if it goes right in my throat and burns my tongue, penetrates into my tongue, I know it's heated.
And then there was the kefir question.
Ask again.
Okay. Donna Gates in her book, I forgot the name of the book. Anyway. Body Ecology is really into kefir, but she specifically says not to combine it with proteins. And so my question was,
Do you have any recommendations for combining or not combining with kefir?
Well, first of all, kefir is Bacillus, usually Caucasus bulgarius, and acidophilus. Each one breaks down a substance. The acidophilus breaks down milk sugar, lactate. It takes the place of lactase if it's absent in the human body. The bulgarius breaks down the fats, I believe it is, and the Caucasus breaks down the proteins. Now, that's great, but it's better if your own body uses its own bacteria, because those bacteria that they culture are not of the human body, so it doesn't quite break it down the same. But for people who eat mainly cooked foods and don't have any cultures at all, they're going to benefit from even the amount that is digested, and it's going to be helpful. But people who are on a purely good diet, they want their own bacteria. That means you put your own spittle into the milk and you'll have your own kefir. Seriously. And this was something that was a homeopathic remedy long before they started putting bottles in things. If a child had an illness or disease, they would take pus or saliva and rub it on the udder. And the udder would actually start manufacturing exactly what that baby needed into the milk. So then they got the idea of putting spittle into it for elderly people who didn't have a cow but had the milk. And sure enough, within a few days, it would culture and help reverse the disease even quicker. But you really don't have to put your own spittle in it. That's if you have a problem and you want to remedy it quickly. I just leave, sometimes I'll do that, but most of the time I'll just let the milk sit for 2-3 days out, and it turns into like a yogurt, a fixed substance, and then I put it in the refrigerator if I hadn't consumed it right away, because once it gets to that point, the only place for it to go is for the milk sugars to ferment, and the whey will completely separate, and you have lots of alcohol in that milk, and it's a bit too much. And it can cause the other sugar reactions and the weepiness and
Does it ferment
martyrdom.
with starter? Just the milk?
Yeah, just the milk by itself. It has its own bacteria. Yeah. And letting it, when I'm in Minnesota and I can get the milk right from the cows warm and never heated, it will coagulate, or what they call, what is that called? Clabber. It will clabber in less than 48 hours. Once it's been refrigerated, it takes about 72 hours to clabber. Yes.
So when it goes sour in the fridge, you can still eat it?
Yes. Yes. I had a potluck. About every 2 months we have a potluck in LA, and anywhere from 40 to 200 people attend, and it's a great community to get together. And I mean, the smorgasbord, all of this raw food, and everybody has their own recipes, and each one is a little different, and it's amazing, how many different ways you can make meats and make everything look pretty and beautiful. Not one thing is brown and cooked on the whole, all the tables. So it's also rich and colorful, and you can see the energy coming off. It's beautiful. Where was I going with that? Oh, no, but what was it? Oh, the clabbering. When you get warm, it clabbers very readily. But no, there's still other. Oh. At one of the potlucks, I had one of my clients came down from Santa Cruz just to come to the potluck, and isolated in Santa Cruz. There, he just wanted to come down and be with the people, and he had 3 bottles of Clairvel cream that was like 3 months old, and he asked if he should throw them out before he came down. I said, "No, bring them with you.
Wow.
I'll use them." And I don't know what he thought I would use them for. When he brought them down, I made sour cream with garlic. I blended with garlic, and I made a garlic one and an onion one. We had dip for the meats. It was great. I also had zucchini slices and cucumber slices, and you dip it in it. People consumed that. He says, Damn, if I'd known that. Delicious. So he doesn't give it any away. So. Yeah.
Now, is there a way to ease into this diet? Is there a transition phase, or do you just switch?
It's up to you. It's up to you. It's easier to switch, even though people say, how can that be? It's easier to switch. The biochemistry is settled. When you're going back and forth, sometimes the whole chemistry gets thrown off, and you'll bloat and swell, and the body becomes confused, you know.
And on that thing of, going into winter time.
Men can get away with it better than women, mixing and doing it gradually. Women are usually better just jumping in. Yeah.
And what about going into the winter months where the weather is colder? You don't have a craving for warmer food?
Well, it's a coldness to the bone that usually creates that desire for warm foods. So if you ate meat and then waited 15 minutes and had honey, it'll usually warm you quickly. And if you have a need for a warm food, put some water, in a jar and immerse it in a hot bowl of water. You can have honey in it. The honey and water, you can make a soup like a gazpacho and immerse that in a bowl of hot water and warm it. And, put some hot peppers in it. If you want to raise the body temperature, put some hot pepper in. It doesn't take a lot, and you'll raise your body temperature.
And one more question.
Yeah.
Is there, there's the traditional 3 meals a day. I don't have any sense. Do you just eat when you're hungry, or do you eat 3 times? Does it vary from individual to individual? What do you recommend usually?
Yeah, when I'm recommending for somebody who's ill, I recommend a routine, a schedule. Usually 3 meat meals a day, sometimes more. But there's a pattern. Juice, egg, meat. Juice, egg, meat, juice. Very good. But 3 cycles of that is best. However, people who are working can't do that, so they'll just do a 2 cycle. And they'll just have more of everything at a time. That's great for the putting on weight cycle. But for the taking off cycle, that's difficult. Because you're only allowed to have no more than 2 eggs at a time. It's preferable to only have 1 egg. Because you want to just keep the blood level fine so you have something so it doesn't starve, but yet will take the weight off. Start using old fats. Yeah, because I don't like to panic the body. Yes?
You're familiar with the zone diet where they recommend that you eat a certain percentage of fats, carbohydrates, and proteins at each meal so that your hormones will stay balanced? Does this work in a similar manner?
It doesn't work very much with the zone diet. What it does is it prevents proper digestion, and because they're mixing all those different foods, so people are losing weight because they're not digesting anything. Yeah. But there's enough protein in there, even though it's cooked, to keep them from usually going way off the deep end, psychologically.
Well, the reason I asked was because of what I came to understand about how to keep your hormones.
That's their theory, but it does not prove out in any lab that it stimulates it or not.
I was having a big problem with ulcerative colitis, and tried a number of different ways to treat it. And it seemed like I could control it, but I never really ended the problem until I started eating according to the zone.
Zone, right?
And then in 2 days it went away and it was back.
Yeah, because what it does is when you have to eat that particular, those substances together, it neutralizes the acidity. That's why you don't digest a lot. Then it will neutralize the acidity that's causing the ulcerations. It causes the colitis. But if you were to have, let's say, celery and parsley juice with green cabbage juice, you'd eliminate that problem and heal it. To actually correct the condition. Because if you went back to your old way of eating, within 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you'd have that same problem again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that means it didn't heal, it just subsided it. Changed the chemistry temporarily.
I haven't heard you recommend raw pork. Presumably that's still a no-no because of trichinosis and the parasites in pork.
No, not because of those, because the pig has been a garbage collector for thousands of years in Egypt, in Jerusalem, all of that area, and all over the world. Pigs roamed the streets to eat garbage that people, they cook their foods and dump it out the window, and the pigs would come around and eat it. Well, pigs have been living on cooked foods for so long, they're anemic and they're very diseased and they're unhealthy animals. Even the ones, except for the wild pigs. But domesticated pigs have been sick animals for a very, very long time. And that's why I don't recommend them. If you catch a wild boar, go for it. I would eat it in a second.
What about deer?
Deer's wonderful. Fabulous. Any wild animal is going to be healthier than a domesticated animal.
I have some friends of mine go around and they pick up the old litter. Well,
Yeah.
they're not eating it. Well, they are eating it, though. They share it with their dogs, but they do make turkey out of it.
Yeah, yep.
Would there be any danger?
I would definitely do it.
Like eating the liver, for instance, because it might have picked up pesticides or toxicities from eating around the edges of farms, or we don't know where the deer are gone.
Right. Well, like my test, 9.5 years ago, that I had done, I took a huge, what are they called, London broil steaks, about 2 inches thick, and I cut quite a few portions off and gave several animals, cats and dogs, and I ate some animal that was raised on chemicals and hormones and antibiotics. I ate it, those animals ate it, and we cooked some of it and gave it to a few other animals. I refused to be that part of that experiment. A couple of dogs and a couple of cats got some cooked pieces. Checked all of our feces and checked the proportion of pesticides that we knew were present in that particular meat, because that meat was tested as well. So we knew the concentration. The same concentration that was in the meat passed out in my feces. The molecules of fat that had bounded those toxins in the animal went through my system relatively undigested. So the body was able to identify it. And all the other animals, even the dogs and cats, that have the high concentration of acid, it's still, even though partially digested, the fat was partially digested, the same concentration of toxins passed through unabsorbed. In the 4 animals that ate the cooked portions, none of it passed through. All stayed in their system. So when you cook those molecules, it makes them free radicals. It sets them free to be absorbed into the body. Eaten raw, there's not a problem. So I would have to assume that the body would probably do that. That was 9.5 years ago, without as much toxicity and pollution as there is today, but there are also a little bit more controls on the types of pesticides allowed. So I would say maybe it's about the same, and the test results would probably come out the same.
I've been told to not eat after 6:30 or 7 at night, but that was with cooked food. With raw, do you digest quicker?
Yep. Because of all the vitamins and enzymes present, it's best to eat a good hearty meal before you go to sleep. Because it's best not to go to sleep. It's best not to sleep more than 5 hours without food.
So you get starving.
Yeah. Because it will cause hormonal imbalance and disturb your sleep.
Related question is, with low energy in the morning, you would eat late at night so that that food would carry through to the morning? Because you have a problem with not having enough energy?
It would to some extent, but a lot of people use up those nutrients within 8 hours. And some people won't carry through. And some people are so needy that I tell them to put at their bedside, a glass of milk or some honey or both, and have it as soon as they awaken. Somebody I didn't quite finish answering your question because your question was several parted. about mixing meats or was it mixing meats and kefir? Okay. Like I said, the kefir is different bacteria. It's better to use your own. You can mix meat and any kind of dairy together. I haven't found a problem with that. If a particular individual has a problem, I found that on occasion, fresh, cold milk is enzyme deficient for some people, and they can't digest it. So if they let it sit out and let the bacteria grow, then they can eat it fine. And there are very few people that happens to, but some people start getting cramps and problems with even raw milk. But that's because it's cold and it's chilled and it's destroyed the bacteria. When they leave it out, it's fine.
You're saying the best way to get your milk, to goat milk and cow milk, is not to refrigerate it, not to chill it at all. Just take it room temperature and leave it out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then refrigerate it once it's salted.
Once it's clabbered. But if you're getting it warm and never refrigerated, you can go ahead and drink it right away because it's full of those bacteria to help you digest it. I know when I'm back in Minnesota and getting that warm milk, I mean, I go there right when he's milking, and I fill up my 4 gallons. Over that period of about 4 days, 4 of those gallons become yogurt, and the other 2 I drink warm for those 2 days until those clabber. Quite delicious. I saw another hand up over here.
I was asking you about when I got on your diet, I started re-experiencing some old symptoms of arthritis, and you said it was a cleanse.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that there was a recipe for pain relief.
Oh, yes. Okay. I have those various pain recipes in the book. I've improved on it even more because I keep experimenting because I hate pain. I'm a real pussy when it comes to that. Pussycat. And I do not like pain. So I do anything I can. Hello? I do anything, that's pain. I do anything I can not to suffer. So he had some arthritis problems, and he stopped eating meat years ago and been a vegetarian for a very long time. And those symptoms went away. However, he didn't feel good as a vegetarian. Now he's on the raw meat. He feels good, but he has a little bit of pain. The uric acid and the lipid oxides that form from the cooked meat that mainly cause that kind of storage and problem in the joints, rheumatoid arthritis or just arthritis or rheumatitis, are caused by that compound, and it needs to be secreted. When you get the raw meats in the system, sometimes it will cause them to expel, and you'll have symptoms of that disease. It's like I said in the book. All those diseases are going to reoccur, symptoms, but this time when you're cleansing, you're going to cleanse properly. And when you heal, you're going to heal properly. So you get stronger and younger every day rather than the other way around, which happens with cooked food. Now, if you're having pain, cheese and this pain formula are your best bet. Doesn't work in some cases like migraines, but it works in joint and tooth problems, bruises, knee injuries, any kind of injury. It does not work more than 50% with headaches. And if the cluster headaches, it still only works maybe 30%. But in every other case, it works anywhere from 60 to 90%. Will mitigate the pain. Sometimes it will relieve it entirely. Any pain, even tooth abscesses. And those are the worst, in my opinion, unless you split a bone. 1 egg, preferable. 3 ounces of cream. If you don't have cream, cow's cream, use coconut cream. 3 ounces of milk. And 6 heaping tablespoons of fresh bee pollen. Now, it has to be the bee pollen that's refrigerated and crumbles in your fingers, just comes apart, very soft. If it's pellets, it's been heated, kiln dried, and cooked, and it will not have the same effect. Blend that together and drink at least 4 ounces right away, and about 1 ounce to 2 ounces every 3 to 4 hours as you need it for pain. And keep remaking it as you need it. It doesn't make very well in larger quantities. Doesn't blend as well for some
So you
reason.
have that 1 ounce every several hours?
1 to 2 ounces every 2 to 4 hours as you need it for pain. And what you do is you take a bite of cheese about the size of a sugar cube sized amount of cheese, any of the raw and salted cheeses. Bite that off, have a sip of it, chew them together. It will improve that the pain relief by about 20 to 40% just by having the cheese with it. I'm always working on this, folks. Always trying to improve. Yes.
When I've had headaches, sometimes some of the remedies in the book are helpful, like the orange juice or Perrier and honey, those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
But then other times they're not.
Right.
Do you have any other suggestions with headaches?
Well, if you have that with the headache formula, you have all of them. You have this pain formula and the other headache formulas I recommend in the book. They all work together then. No, don't mix them at the same time. Drink them separately, but have them. Have all of them. Whichever ones apply to your type of headache.
Any new ones for headache?
No, that's a tough one. The headache one's a tough one. Yeah. But that one works on the headache too. But it doesn't do it all on its own. But it helps headache. Okay. Guess that's it. We're ready to start with the hand. Okay. I'm going to need light now.
One more question.
Yes.
In the last seminar you gave, frequently recommended lubrication formulas.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still something you're recommending a lot? If you just mentioned today how the lemon juice reduces bacteria.
Correct. The lubrication formula does not have that effect with the lemon or lime juice in it. The lubrication formula gets deep into the tissues. And basically how I came upon the latest pain formula, and I forgot to tell you to put a level teaspoon of either lemon or lime in that. Level teaspoon, no more, in that pain formula I gave you. So basically it's the lubrication formula with bee pollen in it. Sometimes I don't use the lemon or lime and it works fine, but sometimes it doesn't with the pain. Most of the time it will still work without it, but some people, it takes the lemon or lime. The lubrication formula gets deep into the tissues. It gets there faster and to lubricate the areas that don't get lubrication well, like the joints, the bones, deep into the skin. Because the body's using the fats and the liver and the glands and just using it for fuel, using it for everything. So the skin and bones and joints usually don't get any fat. It would take years to get to it. So I came up with that lubrication formula to get it deep into the tissues to bypass the normal system. And it works.
People are sometimes discouraged because they can't get sawdust.
Right.
It's so important.
Coconut cream. They're just lazy then. I know it's a lot of work, but if you do it, take 1 2-hour segment of your week and you do 3 or 4 coconuts, you got enough for the week. That's for one person or several people. Then you can team up and it'll still only take 2 hours and you've got enough for 2 people. I saw the coconut shreds out there. It's great.
They make great milk.
Yes, they do.
Okay, we'll start in on the hands. Should we do a lottery or flip?
We'll kick it for a round.
Okay. Okay, who has to go early? Okay.
So you can take notes or you can give it. Take two. Take two. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Very overactive sex glands. I don't need. That's okay. Let's pull them up there. That's good. Very overactive sex glands. Very overactive adrenal glands. You have the hands of athletes, people who need to be active. 5 to 8 hours a day, and it usually creates quite a sexual being. So if you're not with a mate, take care of yourself, because that alone could drive you crazy. And those hormones during ejaculation form endorphins, which helps you relax, because you produce an awful lot. Now that's good, because if you have low glandular activity, like your thyroid over here is very low, so that hormone can be used to replace that particular missing hormone. And that's what it looks like you're doing in this hand. But this hand, the glands are all active, and yet this one is still overactive. So that shows an excess of hormones, so it also compels you to be active and, restless. You produce a lot of red blood cells. You have some clogging of white blood cells up in your shoulders and in the back of your neck and in your head, sinuses, and on the left side, in the spleen, in the spine. I recommend that you eat 40% red meat. You may eat more temporarily, but in the long haul, only 40% red meat and about 40% chicken and 20% fish. I would say that would be good for about 2.5 years. To help unclog some, maybe a little lemon or lime juice with it to help make it into a solvent that'll break it down. And have that at least 4 times a week.
With raw chicken and lime juice?
And
it together?
And the peanut oil.
And peanut oil?
Yeah. Put the lime and the peanut oil together before you put it with chicken.
Okay.
Okay. Tastes pretty good. And it works very well.
Okay.
You can even put coconut cream with it if you like. The way the Tahitians do, and the other islanders. They mix lime juice and coconut cream, and we'll put it with chicken or fish. I suggest that you eat twice a week 2 ounces of olive oil with your red meat. That'll help get rid of the clogging in the spleen. Sometimes what happens is you hold too many red blood cells in your blood, and that causes you to get foggy. You don't think well, your blood's taking all the nutrients and your brain's not getting much. And it just, you feel frustrated because you want to be thinking properly, but then your body puts you in like a limbo state. So the olive oil with the red meat will help that. And 2 ounces with about 5 to 6 ounces, even up to 8 ounces of red meat. You're very creative, so you need to do something creative. You came from a background in this life and other lives where you were a teacher and you were very cynical. You need to let that go. Terribly cynical. And you were creating some of the ugly reality that you saw just by being so cynical. It would manifest it and prove you right. You need to let that go. You take it off into relationships too, and you become a martyr. You want to let that go. You heal each other. Don't be anybody's healer alone. You know. You have incredible psychic ability, very intuitive ability, but your cynicism completely puts a grid and a screen against it. One of the most psychic hands I've ever seen. And it's just like a brick wall in it. Can't even pass through.
Yeah, it's pretty cynical there.
Kind of look at it this way. Yeah, there's lots of ugly, nasty stuff in the world, but how often does something happen to you in a day that's bad? 1%? Unless you're creating it here and here. You're holding on to something that is passed in a flash. And you hold on for days and weeks. And it's you compounding that and stretching it out into affinity when that really was just a moment of something ugly. That's what cynicism, that's how cynicism makes, everything really terrible. You got it. Pears are very good for you, and sapotes. Eat them with whipped cream when you can, or coconut cream.
Sapotes, just like peyote?
Sapotes are what? No, sapotes are like a custard tasting, very thin fruit. Tastes like custard. It's white meat inside, large seeds.
Rambutan?
I don't know.
Comes from Bali? Looks like a light tea?
No. We have them in Mexico and Southern California. Sapote. Right. S-A-P-O-T-E. Okay. This is kind of opposes things that I've said, but I'm perceiving it psychically for him. Putting a little lemon or lime, like only half a teaspoon in a quart of milk, will help stimulate the bacteria you need to help break up some of the fatty deposits in your shoulder and your neck. Okay? Do you have any questions?
You pick up anything like in my hip joints or just totally on the right side of my body? Is it part of the cynicism?
Well, you have fat deposits that are back down in there along the spine, and it's kind of taking the kidneys. And the things that I told you will take care of all of that. And it's going to take a while to break it down. Basically what it is your what is that fat deposit on top of the kidneys called? Suet. The suet is very hard. Okay, now I'll break it down. Okay.
Is that it?
Yep.
All right, then if I follow this, I'll be...
You'll get better.
They give you 3,000. I'll be around.
Who knows? I'll tell you when I see you. 3,000. I like this group because I can use my other psychic abilities while I'm here.
We encourage it.
I know it takes longer though, but bear with me. Okay, all of your glands are very, very low. Everything except for one parathyroid. The parathyroid on the right side, right here, 1, 2, 3. Those are the only glands that are functioning normally. All of your other glands are almost completely shot. Your pancreas is almost like a diabetic. It works about 5 to 8%. You should stay away from food, and you have to make sure your honey is unheated below 93 degrees. So you have to get those expensive honeys unless you find a beekeeper that you can get the honeycomb from inexpensively. Because the honeycomb's like $6 for a little comb when I can get it $16 for a whole panel if I cut it up myself.
Don't you have to watch if that's organic, the honeycomb? Because isn't that where, like, the bees are giving any kind of pesticides that you get into the comb?
You know, if the bee collected the pesticides, it would die because it has to ingest the honey. It has to eat it and then regurgitate it. And if it got the pesticides, it would kill it on the way home, on the flight home. Sometimes in the bee pollen, it will carry it. But the bee pollen is separated before then. But the protein is so high in the bee pollen that it usually neutralizes any pesticides.
So all honeycomb is okay, pretty much.
Yes, right. You know, unless they're feeding the bees syrup.
Which they do. They do.
Yeah, and they do. And what happens is sometimes there'll be a little bit of that, their own secretion and that insulin-like substance that regurgitates into it. But if you're always eating your honey with some kind of, you know, keeping a fat level up in your blood, it's not going to be a problem. You definitely need to gain that 35 pounds.
I was getting that impression when you talked about it.
Because I'm trying to see if there's a quicker way. Usually there's none that I can perceive.
I had a really intense chemical exposure because of the place where I was living before. I had a studio space out at shipyards. And there was a lot, I didn't know until later on, there was a big scandal about all the chemicals. Plus I worked with chemicals all around.
Doing?
Painting.
Painting, what kind of oil?
Oil painting and murals and faux finishes. And sort of thing.
Okay, I did that too, many years. But it never bothered me because of the way I ate. And when I was painting, I never let myself be thin. I always had good fat on my body. You know, lots of fat to protect myself. And you definitely need that. You're anemic as well. You know, about probably 60% of your red blood cell count doesn't function. Blood cells don't function well. So you need about 70% red meat. About 20% fish and 10% chicken. This should be for about a year and a half, year and 6 months. And then you can cut back a little bit and eat more fish, more chicken to help your skin and glands rebuild. To help stimulate the hormones, I'm going to suggest that, you know, you get thyroid, you get other glands of an animal. You know, where do you live?
San Francisco.
San Francisco. You can go into Chinatown or somewhere and get fish livers, you know.
But would those be organic in those places? Or?
Well, what you tell them is you want wild fish liver. You don't want it from a farmed animal.
Okay.
You know. And also you can, in Chinatown, you can get roe of fish, you know, which means you get the whole uterus, not just the eggs. If you get the eggs alone, they salt all of them.
Yeah.
You know, so get the roe and eat lots of roe. You've got a mineral imbalance that's pretty severe because of the low fat. You haven't been able to utilize your fat minerals properly because of the fat deficiency. And all that will help your glands begin working again. And if you call up a hunters group, you know, and say, and you put out an advertisement in that hunters group, I'm looking for glands. I want the thyroid, I want the liver, I want the brain, I want all of those glands, you know, and, you know, I'll pay for them because they kill them and slaughter them anyway. And they usually take them to the butcher, and they can make a few dollars because the butcher charges them a lot of money to do it. And they could at least, you know, make do with that because otherwise they just throw it out. Don't even make dog food with it, just throw them out.
So
that's what they do.
yeah, that's what they do. So if you don't go to the butcher, because the butcher will not be able to be a liaison between you and the hunter. You have to go to the hunter's group.
They listed in the phone book. I mean, how do I?
Yeah, you can pretty much. Yeah, you know, you can call the Sierra Club and ask them. There's the hunting groups. They advertise. Just look in, you know, in Sportsman's Lodge or any of them.
Right. Okay, I got it.
You'll be able to find them. And then they post in their newsletter or whatever they have, you know, some way. And that'll help you recover quicker.
Good.
Recover your glandular activity. Always eating lots of fats with your meat is going to be helpful. Of course, you know, butter and cream and milk are going to be your better sources for stabilizing those glands. You definitely need about 3 cups of green juice a day. 80% celery and 20% parsley, and after about 6 months, cut the celery down to 70% and add 10% cucumber. And make sure if the cucumber's not organic, it's peeled. It looks like, you know, you don't have any complications, you're a good soul. Your only problem is the low in energy makes you impatient, makes you not like yourself at times, and makes you stressed out. But you're really a good person. It's just you're just purely physiological. You don't have any mind blocks. So just get your physical act together.
Okay, because it seems like I have all these ideas about things that I want to do in my writing and whatever, but I just feel
that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
I can't follow through on them because I just can't think clearly.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you're just not functioning.
Right.
Once that gets together, I'd say a year and a half, and you'll be doing just about everything you want to do.
Well, hallelujah.
Okay. But that doesn't mean you can stop it, because you have a tendency to think that when you're feeling good, you don't have to take care of yourself. And that's why you're in the state. And that's why you're in the state that you're in.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just continue to take care of yourself. That is your temple. All right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Shall we just walk on down the line here? Yeah, you've leveled off a lot. Gee. So smooth. Everything's relaxing. Pancreas hasn't changed a bit, though. It is still relatively non-functional. So make sure that you continue to eat your fruit with something and keep the fruit level way down. Fruit consumption way down. Your right thyroid still isn't functioning very well. Parathyroid is up a little bit here. And the lymph glands in the neck are doing well on the right side. All the ones on the left side are functional, except for these here. You did have your tonsils removed?
No.
No?
I don't think so. I think you've done that before.
This one's just...
I did, I don't remember.
Okay. Because this one looks like it's there, and this one looks like it isn't. So this one may be still deteriorated, and that one's come back. Okay? But all these glands are now functioning, and I don't remember them functioning the last time.
All right.
So you're doing better.
Yeah.
Much, much better. Red blood cell count is good. You're still having the clumping of the white cells a little bit. That'll work itself out in time. Are you drinking the celery juice?
Oh, yeah.
Every day, and as much as I suggest?
Not quite as much. I'm either getting about 24 ounces. You want to.
Yeah, you need
By the
that.
time slows that much down.
Yeah.
But you feel I really need to drink.
If you didn't gulp it,
Yeah.
you do a lot better. You get a lot more down. Okay? Yeah, sip it, take your time in sipping it down. It's like you just want to get it done with. Sip it and you'll be able to get more down. You know, when you gulp it, it's like a little shock on the system. And that has stopped that clotting of the white blood cells. You're just not getting enough in there right now. The liver is still not back yet. It's starting to get circulation into it, but it's not glowing yet. The spleen is in terrible shape still. The gonads here are the gonad here is doing a little bit better. This side is much better except for the glandular system. This side, the glandular system, but the regular systemic problems are not resolved. So your body is kind of saying, well, I'm going to take care of one part of you on that side, and the other part we're going to do the opposite. And it's a nice balance. It's a good way to give you overall well-being without just fixing one specific thing at a time. So the body is very smart that way. Circulation in your spine is wonderful now. It was very clogged before, all the way up to your head. You eating pineapple?
No. I was going to ask you about that. You told me to eat berries for that prostate, because that's me.
Right. That's what we were focusing on.
And I'm probably eating too much, is what I decided. I have a big bowl of berries every morning, along with my smoothie. And I am experiencing the emotional instability that you were talking about. I've been
so you're having too much.
High and different things.
As long as you have, cream or coconut cream with it, you probably won't have that traumatic an experience. But if you're having more than a handful like this, it's too much.
Oh, yeah, I'm having more than that.
Then it's too much. Okay. Yes, you still have your prostate problem, and it's affecting this gonad, but there's no more deterioration. It's stopped growing, and it stopped expanding, so everything's fine. You just have to take care of it. A little bit slower. You do need, it may be erased, but you need to eat a slice of pineapple every 10 days.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And no more than that.
Okay.
And maybe a half-inch circular slice. So maybe you can go into the store. Sometimes those markets will, cut some up and serve them, or go to, a restaurant that has, a smorgasbord, and you can just get a little bit of it, or just waste it, or give it to a neighbor or something.
I see.
But I don't want you to eat the whole thing.
No. Well, I don't even like pineapple, so it's going to be good.
Okay. Yeah, but in a few times you're going to like it.
All right.
So, and you do have a tendency to like sugar too much.
Yes, I do.
And the pancreas is still very swollen. It functions, but it doesn't function well. It does not make good insulin that breaks the sugar down properly, so it irritates you and makes you very emotional.
I've become very addicted to dates. That's like probably the worst thing I could eat, right?
Actually, it isn't. But if you eat it with butter or coconut cream or avocado or whole coconut, some intense fat with it, you won't eat many.
Oh, okay.
Okay? But if you're eating dates alone, you're going to eat and eat and eat and eat.
Almost like a candy bar used to.
Yes. Well, if you have it with the fat, then the very little will satisfy you.
I see.
Or even cheese, eat it with cheese. Eat it with cheese and butter, cheese and coconut, cream, anything with cheese and coconut. It will make you satisfied. If you just keep eating sugar, it's going to just keep going and going and going.
Okay.
Because your body's trying to make fats from the sugar, and it's not going to do it easily before it irritates you. It's going to start pulling it out of your nervous system instead, and that's going to be the emotional stuff. Are you walking at all?
Well, I have a job where I get a lot of exercise.
Okay.
I'm going to be a cow down here and after that granola. Okay. Yes, I do have a little granola, a couple ounces for breakfast.
I noticed.
When you had our session, when I first mentioned that, you thought maybe it was a good idea, but I was eating too much.
Yeah.
And then later on, you weren't too sure, but I did start eating it again.
Well, if you're getting depressed and emotional, it's not a good thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. You had other conditions that I thought the starch could bind with those toxins, but those toxins don't exist anymore.
Oh, okay.
So you don't need
I
that.
don't need it now.
That's a medicine, and it has its side effects.
All right.
No more. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I had a hit a honey here. Okay, you'll be next.
Maybe we should announce the state. It's just going to get confusing. Yeah.
So what did you just do?
Nobody knows their own voice?
I like your Billy voice. It's really cool.
The last one was Bindu.
Bindu, okay. And I'm Joe. This is positive.
Anybody with the name of Joe, I don't do.
Joseph Francis.
My father's name was Joseph. Sit down.
I'm Joseph Francis.
Just call him Franny.
Hi, Joe. The psychic energy is making me cook. Yeah, before you even get into diet, you're creative, and boy, you better do something creative. Relax your hand. Do you do anything creative?
I'm kind of finished writing a book right now. I do a lot of martial arts things. I'm always dabbling in creative things. But
This needs to be something creative, not a technical teaching type thing. You need to do some novel, some dirty stuff, some wild stuff, some crazy stuff. You're locked up in a cage of rationality that's just a block for you. Break it open. Okay, you have a lot of sexual energy. So if you don't have a friend, take care of yourself. Your pancreas is working fairly well. It's a little edemic and inflamed. For those who don't know, edemic means water. It retains water, too much water. The glands are functioning, all the glands function pretty well. They're not creating the hormones in a proper form, but they're all functional. You're not breaking down dead cells. Your liver's almost... It's about 7% functional. Did you do a lot of drinking?
No, I never actually liked alcohol.
That's good, because you're allergic to it.
Probably why.
Did you have alcohol at times?
I come from a family history of kind of alcohol, so maybe that's a genetic thing.
So
I grew up never actually liking the taste. I'll have a beer every 6 months. That's as much alcohol as I'll ever have.
Do not ever have alcohol. Process it. If food ferments, that's about the type of alcohol. Even that will cause you an allergy. But there's genetic destruction by alcohol, so I guess you got it from your family.
Yeah, both my brothers are big-time alcoholics, and it ran through my family's. My grandfather, right back to my grandfather, that's as far as I know. But
well, you have all the symptoms, even physiological, of having been an alcoholic. All of the changes as if you had been a drinker. And that's the destruction of the liver. You're not processing your fats properly. All your glands work because you really didn't drink the alcohol, but for some reason your body is forming alcohol out of carbohydrates, and you're allergic to your own processes. So you need to stay away from any cooked carbohydrate. They'll go alcohol instantly. Breads, cakes. Cakes are one of the worst for you. And you like cake, right?
Yeah, cookies. Chocolate chip cookie dinner. I knew there'd be the end of me.
If you make that mix the way you do out with the nuts and the carrot powder, it will satisfy that and actually help clean up that problem. Right now you have adipose tissue, which is fatty, extra fatty skin all throughout your system. And if your liver isn't corrected, you're likely to go into cancer. Okay? And it would be an intestinal cancer and a liver cancer. So I don't want to scare you, but I also want to let you know that you're not far from it.
I'd rather know.
And it would be pretty easy to reverse. To clean it up, it's going to take many years, about 12. But to reverse it, you can do. I recommend that you have 30% red meat, 40% chicken, and 20% fish. Now, that isn't what you're necessarily going to have a taste for, because you will have a tendency to like red meat more because you're slightly anemic.
I actually like the red meat a lot.
But unless you get that particular chicken in your system, you're not going to dispel those dead cells, and you're not going to help get rid of all that adipose tissue that's likely to throw you into cancer. Okay? Now, I'm not a doctor, so I don't diagnose. I'm analyzing health. So not diagnosing that he has cancer. Okay? Protecting my butt. These indications are what I see with people who have cancer and how they got it and why they got it. And a lot of that clotting is around the back, around the mid-back. Do you have soreness?
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially on this side and some on this side. Or does it shoot to the opposite?
It's usually on the one side. I think it's on the
side.
left side is where it's always straight.
Well, it's actually on the opposite side, but it's shooting the pain over here. Sometimes it's butted right up against the spine like that. It'll shoot to the other side. So what I like to do is get a hot water bottle and place it on this side. So while on your side at night, put a pillow between you and the hot water bottle to keep it propped up against your back. And as many nights as you will, and you'll feel it'll relax. You'll get the blood circulation in there with the nutrients and help heal it quicker. Juice is going to be important for you. 60% celery. Here's where we need some. You're utilizing bile throughout your system, so I like it at 20% carrot juice. Once in a while you can go up to 40%, but that's when you're not feeling emotional or a little bit crazy. Okay, just when you're feeling okay, that's the time when you can handle up to 40%. But don't let it be often.
Okay.
Okay, keep it around 20%. So 60% celery, 40%, 20% carrot juice on a main basis, and 20% parsley. Okay. You need to eat about 1.5 pounds of meat. Work up to that. That's how much you need to eat to help get your body full of the new cells so you can eliminate the old. That's usually more than I normally give somebody, to work toward that. I don't care if it takes you a year to get up to that. Some people take a lot longer. Do I smell popcorn or am I just going, huh? Oh.
The boys are probably going to.
You're trying to upset me? It smells so good. I think that's the only thing that still turns me on. Cooked.
Buttery popcorn.
Yes. But I get sick when I have it. So. Pears are good for you. Apples once in a while. Cantaloupe. Most of your melons, not too much watermelon. Cantaloupe, muskmelon, honeydew. Small amounts. Don't have any more than a thin wedge of it at a time. And make sure it's with cheese or something to really slow it down. Okay. Even though your pancreas it works, it doesn't put out good insulin. None of your hormones are put out properly. All of them function, but none of them function properly. That alcohol destruction that was passed on to you is pretty severe. Liver is a good thing for you to eat. And if you can, I'd eat it once a week. I would try to, find some good liver and eat it once a week. Okay?
Okay. Great.
You're welcome.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Rosemary.
Hey, Rosemary. Relax. Okay. Lots of bile. Your liver is about 20% functional. Your gallbladder is mainly producing a bile to handle the lack of fats. There's a great background of cynicism here. You also need to let that go. Remember, those bad things happen in a moment, and you're stretching out their lifetime. And that seems to have created a lot of your tension. Yours isn't as much biological as it is your rigidity. That's everything has to be rational. Very psychic. You have the fish on both sides, very large fish. A good spiritual psychic at that, very much with a large conscience. Your direction line, your lifeline, your direction line of life, not your lifeline, is connected with that fish. So you could be a very good psychic healer, and do that, develop toward that. Very anemic. Doesn't mean you have a low red blood cell content, but those red blood cells are anemic in themselves and not functioning properly. You need about 60% red meat. You need 3/4 to a pound of meat a day. 60% red meat, 40% chicken, and you need fish about once a week, sometimes twice a week. Very good writing ability, even music involved. Do you do anything with music?
My dance teacher.
Okay. Have you tried singing at all? It will help relax some of that cynicism. It looks like you had been an opera singer in 2 lives, and something you wanted. You thought that an opera singer was like a prostitute, and you tortured yourself with that image. So you thought that was really low class, that you did that, and you were everybody's puppet, and you wanted to be a queen or a prince. And you felt, even though you got all this adoration from queens and princes, you felt that to be the queen or prince, you needed somebody doing it, singing for you. Those kings and queens would have changed places with you at any moment. So you need to realize that you doing whatever you do, be happy in that. You have a tendency to beat yourself up a lot and not be satisfied with your talents and your abilities. In relationships, you're a little stale. Be more touchy-feely, be more sensitive, not so analytical. Okay? Because you have great even touch healing ability here. So realize the sensuality in the exchange. It's almost a sexual exchange. That's almost a better high for you. If you'll just feel it and realize it. Okay? This is getting into a lot more than just diet there. So, kale juice, because of the high bile, only have 20% though, because it might start irritating and drying your skin. And we don't want to see wrinkles that may create. So don't let the kale juice go over 20%. Celery, 40%. Cucumber, 20%. Cabbage, 10%. That's certainly a lot more than 100. So what you need is to have those proportions, but you're going to have to vary them. I guess each one, is it 100?
We've got 90% so far.
90%? Okay. Thought I just skipped something in. Oh, the parsley. Yeah, parsley, okay. But the parsley should be normally up to 20%. So some things you'll shift and change. And it should be green cabbage, not red cabbage. Once in a while you can use red cabbage. It'll be fine. It won't irritate you too much. Once in a while, but mostly use green cabbage. I want to soothe your intestinal system, not excite it. I recommend that you eat, whenever you eat fish, that it be eaten with beef, and that'll help your liver. In a particular situation, the chemistry of the two will help the liver.
Any particular type of fish?
Pardon?
Any particular type of fish?
Wild salmon is very good. Shark is good. Swordfish is good. And you might want to make a sauce with coconut and lime juice, cream and lime juice, butter and lime juice. Once in a while use lemon, mostly lime. And you need to deal with color a little bit more other than just your clothes. Even if you just stare at it. Okay? Colors. Right?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hi.
I'm Ted for the tape.
Hi, Ted. Relax your hands. Okay. You've had very overactive glands in your lifetime. These are hands of a very hard worker. These lines here, that of a young athlete, these adrenals have been excessively overactive. It must have been pretty intense in your day. This one is fatiguing, breaking down, and debilitating the left one, but it's still overactive. This one is still overactive, but it is not debilitating like the left. The right sex gland is very good and intact. The left one is debilitating. The pancreas is very edemic, swollen, mutated. Like a diabetic, don't handle sugars well. The tonsils and adenoids are very swollen, very active. Do you have your tonsils and adenoids?
Tonsils, no, but they were never removed. But they just disappeared.
Disappeared. Well, they're still active in the tissue. Even though they may have disintegrated, you have the cells and they're active. I mean, it's a thin mound, it's not a wide one, but they're still active. So you're still able to have that glandular activity. The parathyroid is overactive. The left thyroid is okay. The right one is non-functional. Circulation in the intestinal area and in the pelvis is very poor. And the testes are poor. It's poor. There are complications in the prostate. For some reason, you have a tendency, for 5 lifetimes now, to choose people who are cynical around you, and you're not even a cynical person. You have the misconception. You have the misconception that that's intelligence. Cynicism does not assign intelligence. It does not make you, being rational does not make you intelligent and wise. You have all the wisdom, necessary. You just need to let go of that concept. Cynicism is not wisdom. Cynicism creates its own reality, a reality where you stay cynical. You're a very positive person, but you take all that cynicism and think it, and you adore it. You do produce red blood cells very, very well. You're a person who would have probably done very well as a vegetarian.
25 years, yeah.
But because you were eating cooked carbohydrates with it, you collected all these glycotoxins, and now they've made you need meat. And they're going to make you nauseous. So what I suggest that you do is, even though you need a lot of red meat because your liver is in pretty terrible condition from the advanced glycation end products, I suggest you is always eat cheese with your meat. I'm going to suggest that you eat about 40% red meat. Normally, I wouldn't suggest any red meat for you, just chicken or fish. But to get the liver back together, to be able to utilize the other meats, we need to get the liver in shape. So for about 2 years and 3 months, I'd like you to eat at least 40%, or just about that, average out 40% red meat. You need about 40% chicken and 20% fish. After about 2 years and 3 months, you can start eating 60% chicken or fowl, turkey, whatever you like. And make sure that you can grate the raw unsalted cheese with it, or eat cube-sized amounts. Eat the cheese with it so you don't get nauseous, because those acids are going to start dumping into the stomach as you eat it. And if the cheese is there to absorb it, then you're not going to have that nausea, that problem. Or you may feel it coming on and passing instantly. Okay? Because you wanted to be a wise man and always took the cynical road, it looks like you learned that in Greece. And you were a child when you got that notion, and you watched the orators do their things, and the particular 2 that you were thought the brightest, they were the most clever in mind, but they were also the most unhappy. And you didn't correlate the 2, and you still don't. And that's what you need to correlate. Okay? So just a clever mind is not what you want to achieve. Okay? It's caused such rigidity you have. So I would suggest that just for you to get the psychic and tangible feeling of the warmth, sleep with a hot water bottle or 2 hot water bottles, one on your solar plexus and one on your chest, and just go to sleep as like they're teddy bears hugging them.
Okay, wouldn't do. Just kidding.
No, if you do that, what's going to happen is you're very sensitive to heat, And you're going to cook your own vitamins and enzymes in your system, and that's going to make you tired. So you need to stay away from that intense amount of heat on your whole body. You don't have the fats necessary to make that heat dispel from your system. You will just cook yourself. So hot tubs are not good for you, at least for a while, maybe 3 years. So take those hot water bottles and embrace them, every night that you can. And then let that, because your body can handle that much heat and dispel it without it cooking your system. And it'll help you relax because you're rigid everywhere. Your tendons, everything is rigid from that. It's like you've blocked your vitality, and you'd be normally very vivacious and excitable, but that doesn't show your intelligence and wisdom. You understand what I'm saying? What you've done to yourself?
I have an impression.
Okay. Pineapple with coconut cream, pineapple with cream, pineapple with butter 3 times a week will help dissolve some of this stuff. I normally don't recommend water ever, but I'm going to recommend that you have 2 quarts a week, and you need lots of milk.
I drink gigantic amounts of water.
Yeah. Well, you need to cut it down, okay?
Spring water, it's fresh spring.
Doesn't matter. 2 quarts a week, madam, because it's drying out your system and helping you buckle up.
Okay.
So no more than 2 quarts a week. That means, that's like 8 cups a week. So you're looking at 1 cup a day or a little bit more than 1 cup a day. I drink maybe an ounce a week right now, this time of year. In the summer, I'll drink a half a cup a week. Unless it's really hot, a cup a week. Drink milk. That's going to help relax your system.
I've been drinking the raw milk.
Okay. 2 quarts a day if you have to. Let you get your fluids from that. But if you're eating more raw foods, then you won't need so much fluid.
Yeah, I'm making a transition.
Good. You need to make it a little bit more abruptly off of that much water. Any more than 2 quarts is way too much. Okay, that's a place that'll cause you to have difficulty. Okay?
Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome. Jill, would you give me some more milk, please? Oh, I stepped on your back.
All right.
Sorry. Thank you.
Combo?
Great. Let me dance a little bit. Do you want to turn this down a minute? It may be noisy. I'm jumping up and down.
Michael.
All right, you have overactive sex glands. All your other glands are underactive. Your adrenals are still pumping, though, a little bit. They're fatigued. Pancreas doesn't work at all on the right side. Maybe 30% on the left and doesn't work well. The lack of proteins is pretty severe here. It's causing all of your tendons to shrink. Going to need a lot of white meat like chicken. Your liver is probably 20% functional. Within about 6 weeks, it could be about 60% functional. That's pretty quick. Do you like coconut?
Yeah.
You need to eat whole coconut.
at least 1.5 a week. Coconut cream is good too, but you need whole coconut. For some reason, the fibers are similar to the ill condition in your liver, and it's like just going to help reverse it. Also, walnuts, usually a condition I don't recommend. But you need walnuts, and you need to blend them with egg, peanut oil or butter, and honey. Without the carob. Meat should be about 60% chicken, 20% red meat, and 20% fish. Anytime that you eat red meat, you should have it with fish. Chicken is fine alone. When you can get a hold of raw cream, just drink it as if it were, water.
Right. I crave it.
That and the chicken will help the shrinking of everything, because it looks like it's causing irritations, and it's been going on for a very long time, even before you were vegetarian. The tendons have been shrinking, and it causes the joints to rub together, and that creates the inflammation. So yours isn't a normal arthritic and rheumatic condition. Yours is from irritation of rubbing together. It isn't just toxicity going in there and causing inflammation. Yours is actually having bruised the cartilage.
And what would help then?
A raw cream and eating lots of chicken will provide the fats to lubricate the area, so it can allow it to stretch, so it'll have elasticity, and the white meat so that you can build cells to build it out so it won't be so tight. This life is supposed to be a life where you're supposed to be relaxing, because you've been a healer and a helper all the time in so many lives, and this one was just one you're supposed to come in and just smell the flowers and play music and just enjoy yourself and do it for you. And you really need to understand that your momentum is the other, always thinking about other people, and you need to just forget about it this time. But because you came in with such a strong sexual thing, once you heal, you should allow that sensuality to let you enjoy your life, because this is very unusual for you, which you've normally chosen. You've normally chose a very austere existence, as it didn't allow you to involve yourself sexually, and now you've been given it. You've chosen it. And once you get your health back, fraternize. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
The music mound is the largest mound that you have. All of your writing lines, your activity lines all come off of the mound, and there's even a spiral in there on this hand.
And this is the left hand, so you shows him to even make money as a musician. I'm going to recommend that you really stay away from fruit. I mean, let it be a taboo for you, like sex used to be. And just eat fats and nuts sometimes for some carbohydrate, and stick with the meats and milk and just flake out and relax. Okay. You will need some flax oil, some peanut oil, and the olive oil to help break down some of the dead tissue, to dissolve it. And, have it anytime you want, mainly with meats. Okay. Lots of coconut. Anything that'll soothe you, nothing that'll fire you up like fruits. Okay. Okay? And cooked carbohydrates are poison for you, too.
They turn directly to alcohol.
Not only that, the advanced glycation end products.
Okay.
Yeah. And they will just make those tendons more rigid. And they'll shrink the space between the muscle and the tendon. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I decided I have to switch sides. That was a lot of energy coming from him, from the past. So I needed to just realign here. Okay.
It's Heidi.
Heidi?
Yep.
All right. Okay. You're a very hot young lady. Very sexual. Enjoy that. Your pancreas is pretty good. Your adrenals are low, mellow. That's nice to have except for that hormonal secretion can make you as crazy as the adrenaline, but you're not high in adrenaline, which is nice. But you're very high in the sexual stuff. And you should enjoy yourself because that can make you almost as crazy as adrenaline. Thyroid seems to be excellent in the right hand. Parathyroid's not functioning in the right hand. Do you have your tonsils?
Yeah, okay.
Looks pretty good. The left side, the tonsils aren't functioning. The parathyroids are okay, and the thyroid is not so good. Inflamed and edemic. You're retaining an awful lot of water. 47% of your weight is water. You need to stay away from salt like it's the plague. You need to eat lots of tomatoes 1 day a week. I suggest that you eat 10 to 13 tomatoes. And have nothing else but 2 eggs on that day. And not with the tomato. Let about a half hour go by. Have the egg, and then you can start eating tomatoes another half hour later.
And that's all?
That's all you'll have for that 1 day.
Okay.
Then other days, have meat. You need to get up to about a pound a day. You're pretty anemic. The liver's only about 50% active. How old are you?
I'm 27.
Your liver is like 37, 38 years old.
What happened to it?
Got old fast. I'm trying to see. Vaccines. Tetanus shot. Some kind of lead.
Paint, maybe.
Do you paint?
Well, I was always, they were remodeling the house when I was a kid, and I was always into everything, so.
Oh, okay.
Could have been.
Because it was damaged a long time ago. Okay, to rebuild that liver, I suggest that you do eat some liver once a week, even twice a week if you really want to promote it, because even though about half of your liver is active, it's not producing any of the cholesterols properly. So none of the fats are being properly formed. And that causes all that water retention. Because they're a little bit more acidic than normal, so the body's diluting them so it doesn't disrupt and burn the tissue. You're not producing bile in place of it, though, which is a benefit. So red meat, about 60%. See, you have very contradictory stuff, so it's taking me a minute to figure this out. Because you have, even though your pancreas is in okay shape, you have all the symptoms of having diabetic type chemical conditions in your blood. How do you handle sugars?
I usually don't handle them that well.
Yeah.
It goes up and then down.
Yeah. So you're not forming proper insulin at all. I'm going to suggest that 3 days a week you have wheatgrass juice, 2 ounces of wheatgrass juice with a quart of raw milk. That'll help acidify your blood a little bit. And it might, because of the growth hormone potential in it, it might help that liver grow and restore itself a little quicker. You're over-alkaline, and yet I'm still sensing that every time you eat red meat, you're going to get over-acidic. So what I'd like you to do is every time you have beef, I'd like you to have fish with it. And that'll alkalinize that.
What's the portion?
If you're having 60% red meat and 40% fish, I don't perceive any chicken for you for maybe a couple of years. Well, it's just not right for you right now, so trust your instinct. Well, because it's not right for you yet. You watch. When it's time for you, you'll like it. So what you do is have, 60% of that meal, let's say it's a half of a pound, which should be 8 ounces. So you'd have about 5.5 ounces of beef or lamb and 2.5 ounces of fish with that meal together, okay? Even though you have that sugar condition, I'm going to suggest that you have 10 to 20% carrot juice, because even though I can't see the bile in your skin, it's in your system, inside, in your gut and cavity. So it's going to have to come out. Just make sure that you don't have more than 20% of your juice carrot. And when you drink your juice, have no more than 5 ounces at a time after the first time of the day. First time of the day, you can go ahead and have a whole 9 ounces. But after that, only 5 ounces at a time, or else you'll have a sugar up and high from the carrot juice. Even if it's that small proportion, 20%. Because that'd be, about an ounce. If you had 5 ounces. It'd be just 1 ounce, but that's still enough to throw you. I'm not going to recommend parsley in juice. I'm just going to recommend
20% carrot, 10 to 20% carrot, and the rest celery. But I would like you to have about 10 leaves of parsley. Chew them whole, not with any meal, just with cheese, every day. Have only 10 leaves. If they're the Italian parsley leaves, still have 10. Okay? Whether they're curly or large. And you don't need a lot of cheese with it, but some. And you have to make sure your honey is unheated, completely unheated, below 93 degrees, or else you're going to have a sugar problem. And you're an awfully big girl to go around crying. You're very creative and got a good sense of balance. This is a whole new beginning for you. This lifetime is a whole new thing. I mean, it's just like you're starting over. You've basically said, I'm going to be retarded toward anything, any old perception. So that makes you feel sometimes a little alien toward, in your nature, like you might not quite know yourself. That's because you're going to create a new you. So don't let that confuse you. All right? Say, what would I be if I had the choice? Because that is your program this time. And have a lot of sex. Where's that other guy? You two ought to get them together. Oh.
I know.
You do need about 3 cups a day of juice. You can have up to 4, but at least 3. Okay. You have a tendency to want to drink and have a lot of fluids. You will once you start, eating all the meats and everything. But try to keep it to, juices, the vegetable juices and milk. And if you're going to have water, make sure it's a naturally carbonated water because you have a little oxygen problem. And it's mainly in the intestines. And I'll help correct that. I'm going to alter that juice just a little bit. I'm going to take 10% off the celery and give you 10% green cabbage because you have some cells on the left side of your body, some veins that are rupturing. You've got a lack of vitamin K and vitamin U, and that will correct it. Okay? They're bursting, which would lead you to thrombosis and varicose veins later in life. So that you can take care of pretty quickly because it hasn't gone very far. Okay? Honeycomb would be a good thing for those veins too. The beeswax. Fruit, not too, much of it all. Banana, maybe half a banana a day. If you're going to have, that's a very slow-moving fruit, and there's starch in it, so. And make sure you have some cheese with it. I know that may be binding a little bit, but we could even have a little carrot juice with that. So if you want to separate your carrot juice and have some cheese and banana together with some carrot juice, about 2 ounces, probably be okay. If the next day you're crazy, though, and very emotional, then it didn't work. Okay? But I think with the cheese it will, and if you're only having a half a banana at a time and only 2 ounces of carrot juice with that, I think it'll be okay.
Is there anything I can put with meat to make it like taste better?
No, you've got to eat it just the worst it tastes. And you've got to let it rot for 5 weeks before you eat it. Now, you can blend, like you need tomatoes, okay? And you can eat them on a daily basis. Blend tomatoes and cheese together. Put an onion in it, you put garlic in it, whatever sauce you like. Throw it together, okay? Tomato and cheese is a good one for you, okay? And like I say, the garlic or onion, too. Makes some very tasty meat. Okay?
Sounds good.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just a few more to go.
Oh, this is Jennifer.
It's Jennifer. Okay, Jim. Change sides.
Okay.
Are you going to let me in, Jennifer?
Am I going to let you in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's my block.
Standing there for a while.
Okay, I need you to put your hands there. Oh, Jennifer, how wonderful. You're a person that doesn't need my help. You may think I'm kidding, but I'm not.
Wow.
I didn't know what it was, and that way I was able to tell. You have just as much ability as I do to read, just as much ability as I do to read. And if I do it for you,
I knew you were going to say that. This happens to me all the time. They won't let me do this easily.
but you know exactly what you need to do. And you don't even need it confirmed.
Well,
Okay.
And that's wonderful. I've only met 2 people in 20 years that have been that way. That's wonderful.
Cool.
Cool. Yeah. Sure, buddy. I mean, I can go ahead and do it for you on an intellectual level, but you just won't let me do it on a psychic level. On an intellectual level, the pancreas is very inflamed. It is in a healing crisis right now. It is detoxifying. The spine is in a slight meningitis and it's realigning. Great healing energy in your system. Nothing I can even add to. It's one of the clearest I've seen. It's very, very rich. Most of your glands are not functioning, though. And it looks like there is, now, this is something I didn't necessarily believe in because I've never seen it. So I guess I'm going to have to accept that it can happen. There seems to be a psychic energy that's actually supplying all of those hormones for you, all from another level. Your soulmate is on the other side. And your soulmate is actually yourself this time. And it's basically to connect you with the other side a lot more. Your headline and your orientation goes right toward all psychic ability and psychic phenomena. And it's very red and it's very rich. And all that energy is passing through. So don't think that makes you infallible on this plane, but you certainly have a lot of help that other people don't even glimpse. I haven't even, I'm envious. Because I've had to go the hard route. There's a lot of damage in your system that still has to be healed and corrected. But you know how to do it. You've got the answers now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead, kick me.
I'll go home now. I have a reading tomorrow, teacher.
That'll be in the eyes.
Yeah.
Ray.
Hi, Ray.
Hey.
Okay. What's your diet like, Ray?
Totally strict with, this diet.
Yeah, but what do you eat?
Beef, about a pound, and I have smoothies, which are, honey and milk. It's actually goat milk. I've been having a steady cream for the last 6 months, and half a banana, and then some juice. And the juice is like, every other day.
Mm-hmm. And how much juice?
When I have it, it's probably 24 ounces or something.
You have all these intense dark molds growing in your skin and your bones and in your lymph. And your body's just not getting the vitality to come back. You're going to need a lot more juice than that.
Mm-hmm.
At least a quart a day, maybe even 5 cups a day. And you need to keep up with it. You are maintaining yourself okay, but with those molds growing in there, you're really not progressing very well as far as stabilizing your system. Everything's improving, yeah, but with those molds growing there, they're interfering and creating a lot of toxins. So you need more juice. And you need a lot of sunlight. And where do you live?
Mill Valley.
You can get sun?
Yeah. Well,
when it shines?
When it shines.
You really need to concentrate on sunshine. It'll help cause those molds to become inactive.
Where are the molds from?
Could be from antibiotics. It could be your allergy to. It's a bit of everything. Mm-hmm. Antibiotics, allergy to breads that were created from antibiotics mm-hmm. and vaccines, mm-hmm. and basically they run your body. What you're doing is very good for you. It's cleaned up your skin. It's cleaned up a lot of things. You're handling the toxins. However, as far as healing things, it's not happening. You're not regenerating the pancreas. You're not regenerating the adrenal glands. The gonads are not regenerating. Everything is pretty much staying the way it was when I saw you a year ago, except that you're handling the toxins. Is there some reason that you don't drink the juice?
I was on a diet before. It was really a lot of juice, and mm-hmm. I think I just got a little bit tired of it, you know.
Mm-hmm. I'd like you to have 60% celery, 20% carrot, and 20% cabbage, green cabbage. What might help you enjoy the juice a little bit is to have a little cheese before you drink the juice.
I love the juice when I have it. It's just being lazy.
No.
Yeah.
It's just something you can't be lazy about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes that big of a difference.
Yeah, the juice.
Yeah. Do you see that in your hands? I have a feeling that if you saw it, you'd understand.
As far as the mold?
Do you see the molds
No.
in the hand?
No.
Let me show you the results of it. See how this, relax your hand the way you are. You see how this tissue looks sallow and really lifeless? Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen a corpse? Okay. If you look at a corpse, that's about what it looks like. The tissue is not vital. Mm. You lack too many vitamins and enzymes because that mold's burning up everything. It's eating up everything. So it's not leaving any for your tissues. Okay? So if you look at a dead person, that's about what it looks like.
Dead hands. Okay.
Right. Okay. But that's all over in your system too, not just in your hands. Right. Okay? So you need to infuse that with the electrolytes, the alive biochemistry, the vitamins, the enzymes, and minerals, everything that are electrolyte bound and life bound. Yeah. So all this will pick up right now. It's just all still fatigued because of that.
This will help with like weight gain and all that kind of stuff.
Everything, yeah.
Or muscle mass.
Yeah. Of course, getting either coconut cream or cream or butter is going to help that too, or lots of eggs.
But the fact that I have cream,
that will help.
Yeah.
But it isn't quite the same as butter. You could eat a lot more eggs. Eat up to 10 eggs a day.
You have about 6 a day now.
You could use a little bit more. As long as you're getting your juice, you're going to be able to handle it. Okay? Without the juice, you're not going to have an appetite to be able to handle that much food.
Yeah.
Okay? Also, let's say, try to eliminate some of that mold. That formula I gave with the cream and the ginger juice?
Yeah.
I want you to double the ginger juice. I want you to have 4 ounces of cream and 2 ounces of ginger juice. And I want you to put that all over your body. Okay? And from the outside in, we'll be able to arrest some of those molds.
Then ginger juice you just make?
Yeah, you just juice it through Power, Champion, whatever you have.
Right.
Yeah. I guess these just weren't active the last time that I saw you, because I would have remembered this, because these are hands of a 70-year-old man with this kind of mold. I've only seen an elderly person who molds are just have taken over their body.
Yeah.
Do you eat any clay or anything? I'm going to suggest that you get some Rosbod clay, which is a red clay, and eat maybe a quarter of a teaspoon every day. And you can put it in juice. You can do anything you want with it, or just put it in your mouth and wash it down. Don't chew it, because that's usually a lot of gravel in that one. And will break your teeth. I think it's Rosbud.
I worked with I used to clean pools for years. A lot of chlorine and acid. Yeah, I don't know if that made any difference.
Well, usually that kills molds. That's what they're for.
Oh, well. Maybe there was a symbol there or something.
Now, this looks like, molds from food and from cooked food that went a little too far.
Yeah, I haven't had any carbohydrates since the last time we...
This is years and years and years ago. Yeah. This is at least started 18 years ago. And before that, when you were a child, and antibiotics and all those other molds, you've just got quite a mishmash of molds here. Are you on the internet at all?
Yeah.
You are, yeah.
Yeah.
There is a probiotics company out of Florida. Fellow's name is Ruben. Give me a call and I'll give you his name. He's got some, soil bacteria that I like, and I think it'll work for you. Help knock those molds out.
What time scale do you see these molds being able to be?
6 years.
Mm-hmm.
If you're diligent, 12 years if you're not.
Yeah.
Okay. Still keep with the proportions of meat that you're eating. You need more tomatoes. Are you eating tomatoes? For some reason, flowers have an enzyme that will help retard some of those molds. So get very brilliant, vibrant flowers of either violet or purple. Just make sure they're not poisonous, and eat them.
Just use my intuition.
Yeah. Well, make sure that you know that they're not poisonous. Yeah. Yeah. Also, very brilliant, rosy colors. Violets are very good, though. Box, but hasn't frozen, and you put that in and you beat it some more, and put a little honey in the cream before you start it. It very quickly makes butter. Okay, and the cold causes the whey to just spin out of the. But you really need some butter. You're not handling the cream. The cream's getting to areas fine the way it needs to, but it's getting more to those areas than necessary. You need into the joints and bones where the molds are. Okay.
Okay.
You're welcome. You're certainly looking stronger.
For a 70-year-old man.
76. Hi. I hope I didn't upset you too bad. I just had to tell you what I saw. Okay.
This yellow light, you sure doesn't look just more yellowy?
I don't see yellow. What do you see yellow?
Up there.
Oh, yes, that is yellow. Okay, strong sexual glands, strong adrenals. Pancreas is almost shot like a diabetic. The thyroid's okay. Parathyroid's okay. This side, the tonsil adenoid area looks okay. This area looks like it's overactive. So all of your glands are working, but how well? Pretty well. Everything's in a pretty good balance. Just too much dough in there.
Not the green stuff there, ain't
No, not that. No, just the doughboy. You have lots of advanced glycation products that are just staying almost like jelly. They're not hardening into plaque, so it'll be easier to remove that way. So it'll be easier to clear. So we won't have to go in with a chisel and hammer.
Good.
Lots of eggs and lots of meat. I'm going to suggest that you do the weight loss program. You're already ready for it?
We're sort of subconsciously doing it.
No.
Because when I was first trying this, I was doing bread. And I go, no, I'm not going to do any more.
Good.
Any of that stuff. It's amazing how much better it feels.
But what you need to do is you need to have juice,
More juice.
meat, juice, meat, juice, meat. The next day, I want you to do juice, egg, juice, egg. So I want you to do alternate days. Okay? However, on the second round, I want you to have juice, meat, 2 days in a row, 1 day egg, then meat again 2 days, and then juice, egg for 2 days.
I'm sure about all that. The second round. The first day is just the juice and the meat.
Right.
And the second, then for 2 days you do the eggs.
No, for 1 day you do.
Day.
Okay. Then you'll go the meat routine 2 days in a row.
Okay.
The egg routine 1 day. The meat routine 2 days in a row. Then the egg routine you start 2 days in a row. Then meat 1 time. Then 2 days for the eggs. Then meat 1 time. Then 1 day for the egg. Then 1 day for the egg, and then 2 days meat again.
Whoa.
So what you're going to do is just do 2 sets. And then 1, 2 sets. Then you're going to switch them, whichever one falls, okay? I don't figure this out. I did not do it. Yes, I can give this to you.
I wasn't even going to come. I told him, look, if you want me up here, get me a ride.
Well, now what fun you get to have.
I got to massage people.
Juice is very important for you.
That's been the hardest.
I know. Naughty girl.
It's a lot of effort, and I don't have a good juicer.
Yeah. Well, you have to get one, won't you?
But they look very inferior to me these days.
I don't say to that. Step on the food, crush it.
I've been hanging on to my oldie but goodie because it still seems better, but it still is a lot of work to clean.
You know, you can make juice for 3 days in a row.
No, I thought it loses it if you don't.
Okay, I got a way to do it. Okay, so what you do is you juice 3 quarts at a time. And that'll take you through 3 days.
Okay.
But after you juice it, you put it in like a gallon jar. Okay, so you keep pouring it in there. Then you take a 4-ounce jelly jar, those little jelly jars, okay? And you put only 2 ounces of juice in it and 2.5 ounces of honey. Screw the blender blades on top, blend it for only 5 to 6 seconds. Take it off, pour it into the whole vat of juice. Put a lid on it and mix it around. Then you section it out into 8-ounce or 4-ounce containers or both, depending on how much juice you're going to have at a time.
Okay.
And you put it almost to the top, because the top's recessed a little bit, and get the ball jars because they are enameled.
Okay.
They cure or not, and they rot and rust quickly.
Right.
Okay? So just almost to the top, and you put the lid on and screw it in. So the oxygen, it only loses 7 to 8% in a 78-hour period. So that gives you 3 days, 72 hours in a 3-day period.
That will definitely make a difference.
And it works. Okay? That's the way I do mine. Yep. And it works very, very well. And you need to eat mostly red meat. Lots of red meat. You do need some lamb. Have you tried lamb?
Yuck and yuck.
I know, but
I used to eat it cooked, but tried raw, and I just can't get into it. In fact,
make a sauce.
Try a sauce?
Try a sauce. Make a sauce. Yeah. Pardon?
Well, I'm going to try the dry thing, like you were saying.
You need the enzymes. Yeah, you need the enzymes. I'd rather you make a sauce.
Okay.
What kind of sauces do you like?
I've just been
No, I know, but when you liked sauces, did you like ketchup? Did you like mustard? What did you like?
Probably more mayonnaise-y.
All right.
And mustardy and ketchup-y. Yeah.
Okay. It's very easy to make mustard. Take the mustard seeds, you put 4 heaping tablespoons into an 8-ounce jelly jar. You put 1.5 tablespoons of vinegar in that,
And then you fill the water level all up to just above that first big fat lip. Put the lid on it, put it in the refrigerator, let it stand for 24 hours. Take it out of the refrigerator, put a couple of tablespoons of honey in it, put the blender blades on top, blend it for about 40, 50 seconds. There you have mustard.
Okay.
Easy.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah, I do want to tasty.
And when the butter comes out, to make your mayonnaise, you mix equal amounts of butter and egg. So it's 1 egg to about a half a stick of butter. And you put, a tablespoon of honey in that, a quarter of a teaspoon of vinegar, and a teaspoon of lemon juice. Mayonnaise. Voila!
Yeah, I've made it before.
Okay. And you need lamb once a week for about 6 months. You have some toxic lamb substances in you that can't be removed unless you eat lamb. Yeah. And that's interfering with the assimilation of the starches in your system. I can't explain that one. It's just what's happening. I'll meditate on that one. Yeah, fruit, just when you have to.
Now,
I'd rather have juice.
Yeah, I'll try to do more juice. But I find right now, in my present state, that the food is not knocking me out into emotional places like it would have in the past.
Right. Because you need the enzyme so much. But you feel a lot better, if you use the vegetables. Yeah. Vegetable juice.
So the juice combination you gave me was one thing before it. That's changed it.
Well, right now I'm going to say 60% celery, 10% carrot, 20% green cabbage. For a few months, acorn squash, 10% acorn squash.
Okay.
The butternut squash. Butternut squash.
Is that juice?
Yes, juice it. It'll be a little heavy, like juicing a potato, but at that proportion it won't be much. And you need honeycomb, you need the beeswax, and you need lots of pollen. So I would say that every other day you should make the pain formula and have it. Pain in the butt.
I have one question.
Yes.
Is at times that I'll get something here where it feels as if it's not going to be moving through, and this is the area where I will feel. It's almost as if the intestine is blocked right here.
No, it's the liver.
It is the liver?
That's the liver right there, yep.
Okay.
Juices.
The juices will
Juices.
What about clay? Is that something everybody should take?
No.
No.
I mean, it wouldn't be bad for anybody to take. It would be helpful, but some people, it will fatigue them if they have it too often. If you have it once or twice a week, anybody could take it once or twice a week and it would be helpful. But to have it every day like he needs it, it's...
Hi, I'm Terry.
Terry, hi Terry. Used to have very, very overactive adrenals, still somewhat overactive. Some things will always sound so rude when they come out, so I try to buffer them.
Okay.
There's a lot of control issues here.
That's true.
A lot of control issues. And you have so much vitality and spirit, and so much magic there, and it's like, you just drive yourself crazy trying to control things you can't. It's too linear and too logical. You've been a great attorney.
That's a good compliment.
Exactly. See, I told you those things. People don't have to say to me because they're sense of humor. But you're moving into a place where you can transfer that to something very creative, good creative writing. Your sex glands are pretty debilitated. Your pancreas is pretty shot. Thyroid seems to be fine. Parathyroids are fine. A lot of excessive activity in the throat, neck, esophagus. Lots of blockages on the right side around the liver. Liver is probably barely functioning. Do you have a light where I can look in her eye? I need to verify something. Please. Flashlight can be a huge one if it's close. Lots of good vibrancy, good energy, lots of good chemistry going on, except in the liver and in the pancreas, right in here on both sides. Nothing's working well.
Yeah, I knew that.
And right around the hips, there's difficulty too. These lymph glands. So here and this area, difficulties. And it's biochemical, mainly biochemical, and it's not an energy block, it's a biochemical block. Look right up here, that way I won't blind you. Okay, right now you have an infection in your liver, so it's trying to heal and clean out. And both of the lymph glands near the liver, the major lymph activity near the liver, is really accentuated. Usually see that kind of accentuation in people who have lymph problems, severe lymph problems. So, and everything that I would suggest for that is not going to work. So let me work on this. Okay, you're going to have walnuts. You need to eat walnuts with eggs, with butter when you can get it. If you can't get butter, you need to make cream out of your butter. I mean butter out of the cream. I like to see somebody make cream out of butter. Yeah, I know.
What about the coconut butter?
Coconut cream will work. So coconut cream, egg. I have 3 ounces of coconut cream, 1 egg, and about a half a cup of nuts, walnuts. And blend those into a powder before you mix the rest of the ingredients. And only 1 tablespoon of honey in that, and no carob powder. Okay, and no peanut oil.
Just for that, or in general, no peanut oil?
No, just with that mixture. Peanut oil would be very good for the liver, actually, but not in that mixture. I like you to have that every other day, and cut 1 day out. So it's 3 times a week,
and then let, one day go by that's not even counted as an in-between day. Do you like tomatoes?
Yeah. If I eat them cooked, I get a headache, but I can eat them raw.
Yeah. Yeah, I want you to have them cooked. It's not that you need them to make some chemical change. It's just that you're so in tune with the tomato that it will help give you a little bit more stability and self-esteem, so that it will help get rid of the control issues. You also need to place hot water bottles on your abdomen night, during the day. If you get cold during the day, you can even strap one onto your waist and walk around, while you're at home, if you want. Also up here, up around this area. Hot water bottle here and here. Occasionally you can put one down here, but these two are the primary areas right here. And don't get them so hot they'll burn you. You have a lot of mold growing in your bones too.
Yeah, I have been diagnosed with candida, so I was wondering how the fruit and honey would be for me.
Well, you're going to have the honey that's heated below 93 degrees. It doesn't reach temperatures above 93 degrees. The Aztec clay would be better for you. And have a quarter of a teaspoon every other day for about 6 weeks. And then twice a week every fourth day after that for another 3 months, 4 months. And then a couple of times a year. With chicken, I would like you to have coconut cream and lime juice and a little honey. So if you have 3 ounces of coconut cream, use the juice, use 2 tablespoons of lime juice and 1 tablespoon of honey. It's a little sweet, but that's what you need. You got a peanut gallery out there?
We're getting hungry.
I think they want me to hurry with you. You have
Sounds better than it sounds.
the honey really made it sound good, didn't it? Huh? You have an incredibly creative bone here. What do you do for creative?
Nothing.
Well, shame on you. No wonder you're a control freak. See, that's what I couldn't say.
I know it. I knew it until my son said, you've got some real control issues. And I'm like, speak me about it.
If you do something creative, you've got a great writing talent. So that's probably how you should do it. I don't care if it's poetry, as long as it's not anything rational, as long as it's about beauty and humor, okay? Colors, shapes, forms, sensuality, tangibility, anything other than all that mind stuff. Okay? And that'll help you a lot. Come out of that. You need milk. I would say at least a quart a day. You have the martyrdom triangle on both hands in relationships. That usually is somebody that has a tremendous difficulty choosing somebody that's as together as they are, because then they don't feel needed or necessary. Fuck that. Choose somebody that enjoys you, and you're equal for change. And if you seek that out and you don't feel needy and you don't have the control issues, that will open the door for that person. Okay? How old are you now?
45.
You got somebody coming up in about 3 years. That's going to be very nice, so get in shape for it.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll scare them away. Okay? Is that it?
Do you have a two of us? If you
I'm not doing you guys. If we say we all eat and break up and then we'll do it another, I'm going to be here tomorrow, so we can do you guys tomorrow. Okay?
Are you doing iridology readings tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Can I sign up for one?
Mm-hmm. It'll cost you a lot more money. You're a control freak.
So that's it? All right.
I'm dying here. What do you mean you're dying?